Buenos días a todos y a
Good
todas.
morning, everyone. It is a great joy to have you in this new edition of the Regional Forum for Educational Policies of the International Institute for Education Planning of UNESCO. I'm Fernando Salvaterra. I'm an expert in CIT, and coordinator of digital technologies and education by UNESCO. And the next 3 days, we will be working in the challenges that this forum presents. In the seventh edition of the Regional Forum on Educational Policies, we have a space to think on how digital technologies can or may contribute to transform educational systems. Throughout the panels and workshops, we will approach the uses of digital technologies in the region, opportunities and challenges to have the inclusion and improvement of teaching and learning processes, as well as the impact in the planning and management of educational systems. The annual organization of the Regional Forum is part of the effort of UNESCO to support member states in the region to implement the commitments of education, the 2030 educational agenda. This seventh edition, the forum is organized jointly by the Office for the Latin American Caribbean and the International Institute for Educational Planning of UNESCO, the regional office in UNESCO in Santiago, the International Education Office, and the team for the future of learning and innovation in the educational sector of UNESCO. And I would like to say that we have the pleasure of counting of representative of ministries and educational ministries and secretaries of the whole region, experts from international organisms, NGOs, foundations, and so on. And to achieve all the regions in the, we will transmit these panels live through the website of the event in YouTube. But before starting, we would like to invite everyone here in this room to open their cameras so we can see the faces and so this become a more friendly surrounding. And we also would like to ask you to rename yourselves with a complete name, institution, and country. And we also ask to use the chat for any doubt or technical question. And you can also communicate through the hashtag Foro IIPE 2030 and in our social media in Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And everyone following us in this session may download their participation certificate. But in order to do so, after the third panel tomorrow, we will share a link. And once complete, it will be directed to the link to download your certificate. So now we will start the event, and I pass the floor to Martin Benavides, Global Director of the International Institute for Educational Planning of UNESCO. Thank you very much, Fernando. I would like to greet the Minister of Education of Argentina and all the colleagues here present today in this initial opening, and to everyone that is connecting this moment to this very important event. I would like to say, well, I'm the director of the International Institute of Education Planning. We are an institute dedicated to help member states, the planning and also the management of educational policies. The institute has been historically connected to planning, and we are doing more effort to help member states to improve the implementation of their educational policies. We help governments to improve the way they plan, manage education, providing a systemic overview to different problems that educational systems face. And we support each other in using evidence, with evidence-based approach, trying to increase the approach not only with national governments, but also subnational governments through establishing priorities in something that we are working on right now. The first thing has to do with the planning of learning. Second, helping governments to manage the best way to implement their policies through finance mechanisms by better designed and more transparent ones. We also support member states to respond to emergencies like climate emergencies. We also support governments to better manage skill capabilities building for the future for children and adolescents. And we are also committed to equity through our work in gender and inclusive education. And we are also incorporating an intense and very important work to improve the existing relationship of the digital technology use to transform education. In this last field, the intervention that is subscribed to this forum, we know that in Latin America, we had many comes and goes regarding the use of ICT in education. There is still a lot to be discussed, a lot to be clarified, a lot to be learned one with another, and as such, use the opportunities that we now see and improve the regulation that the member states make in introducing technology in educational systems. There are topics that we already know are very important and I believe will be part of the debate in this forum. The first of them is when we propose to introduce technology in education, it is done not thinking in technology as an end, but technology as a means to improve the quality of educational systems. Thus, we know more and more experiences that tell that when technology is part of an educational system with an educational purpose, this has a good result. When technology becomes an end in itself is when we have problems to maintain the sustainability of these interventions. Another learning that I also believe will be discussed in this regional forum is regarding the best arrangement for the sustainability of this technological policy. We know interesting cases in the region establishing mechanisms of autonomous organizational mechanisms of the ministries of education, aiming to guarantee that all the decisions taken regarding technology always has as a final end the improvement of public educational systems. I believe that this will all be discussed throughout these days. I would like to restate that we are in an important moment to use all the experiences of the region to guide our future. And I would like to encourage you to have a fruitful discussion in this regional forum to extract the necessary learnings to continue to think on how to link technology with education transformation that we need so badly in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Martin. It's an honor to have you here with us. And now we will give the floor to the Minister of Education of Argentina, Jaime Persique, representing the host country for the Office of the American and the Caribbean of IIPE UNESCO. Good morning. I would like to greet everyone present to this forum. Martin, for all the work in the regional offices, everybody that works on that, all the representatives of the Latin American Caribbean countries representatives, and also the subnational authorities of our member states. It is a matter of joy to be carrying out this forum to discuss of educational policies to discuss digital technology to transform education in Latin America and the Caribbean. The inclusion of digital technologies in education should be a central policy for all the countries in the region. But this leads to other reflection that I share to what Martin Benavides was saying. This requires the financing of teams and equipment, production of material, and capacity building of teachers, the improvement of schools and skills in our youth in the region to insert digital technology, the technology of the 21st century in schools. This is something, well, it is true that technology is all around us, but we have to understand that our children and youth usually have a good management of technologies, and by having that, they become intelligent consumers, but not that much producers, and much less co-producers with these new technologies. The school, among their functions, should have digital literacy, and that students become not only intelligent consumers, but know how to produce a video, what materials they have to use. Being intelligent consumers implies in deciding what they want to have public and what they want to maintain private, what they want to share and what they want to show as production or co-produce with other parties. The production is as important when ChatGPT make us rethink the function of technology in schools. And being in such an unequal region as ours in terms of culture, education, production, and income, we need our students to be producers of new technologies that they might program, design new technologies to improve citizens' life. And in order to do so, we have to go into depth in 4 pillars. The first one, our obsession in our country, which is in strengthening learnings in language and math. The guarantee of this guarantees more complex learnings, but in our countries, in our region, we are not able to do this for everyone. Second, produce school equipment and deliver devices for youth. The third, working with intelligence, the contents in these devices. And fourth, form teachers. In the framework of this forum, to build a safe, a fair world, a world that no one gets behind, a world where everybody can advance with our differences to improve the life of our peoples, our youth, and to improve the life of the children, all the children in the region. So once again, we thank the invitation and greet all the members of this community that will discuss how to build a better school with technology for all in a world that decreases differences and become more fair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now we welcome Claudia Uribe, Director of UNESCO Santiago. Thank you very much, Fernando. It's an honor to be here together with IIPP Global Director and the Minister of Education of Argentina and all the UNESCO colleagues to welcome you to the 7th edition of the Regional Forum on Education Policies, focusing this year digital technologies to transform education. I don't want to start without greeting Mr. Minister of Argentina, Jaime Persic, Mr. Martin Benavides, the Global Director of IIPE, for the leadership in carrying out this forum, and also the director of this international institution, represented by Renato Peri, the Maros Antonini, and the director of the team for the future of learning and innovation of UNESCO, Sorita Wiebe. I would like to greet you all and thank for your commitment and valuable contribution. And also I'd like to greet my colleagues of UNESCO in Santiago that actively took part in the organization of this event. Nobody doubts that we are in a moment of deep challenges for education in the region. After a long period of lockouts of schools that in some countries took more than 2 years, with devastating consequences for the learning of our students, in which we went backwards decades, things that we achieved with a great effort. We saw that all the central indicators like coverage, retention, complete trajectory, equity, and learning are going down. So we are facing setbacks in this moment that we have to approach in our educational systems. The going back to, in between quotes, normal and the recovery of those who are in most of the countries has been a pathway full of hurdles, with decreased budget, overloaded teachers, deteriorated infrastructures, problems of behavior and mental health. Students and teachers left not a good place for an energy to advance in transforming topics that are so necessary so that education forms for the type of sustainable development we propose for the future.
So given this complex context, we all coincide that it is absolutely necessary to find solutions and alternatives that help accelerate the educational recovery and, of course, also moving towards education systems that will be transformed accordingly to the needs of our times. There we see a huge potential of digital technologies as tools that will work for education and training, and that opens a universe of possibilities to expand, to diversify, to complement, personalize, and provide feedback to micro and macro learning processes. In that sense, a tipping point or the summit that was created in 2022 invited countries or member states to transform their own budgets to release the power of digital learning. So the task that we are faced with is to analyze and reflect upon how effectively we can materialize and give the chance to everyone to access these powerful technological tools so they can fulfill their promise. As the GEM Education Monitoring Report from UNESCO proposed, despite there are different initiatives with different educational goals and have been implemented around the globe using digital technologies, and despite the investment of billionaire resources in this regard, there hasn't been a solid evidence on its positive impact in the educational experience. Despite the Latin America and the Caribbean region is a region that has embraced technology and education, policies and programs that have been implemented across the region have not been evidence-based and haven't taken the specific needs and the specific conditions of learning processes. Many of them come from short-term visions, campaign commitments, and have been guided for almost a magical thinking or way of thinking of the transformative power of technologies. According to the ERSA data, despite of the access of those data, there is a huge digital gap. And some high-income students haven't accessed high-quality technology, while others from lower income backgrounds are left behind. And this does not come in the proposed promise of access to education for everyone. So we have to think and reflect on how to design educational policies to take advantage of digital technologies, considering the basic requirements for it to happen, including technological infrastructure that allows wide broadband connectivity in schools, the need to train in digital skills of teachers, and the development of digital resources with high quality, as well as acquisition processes of technological materials, everything based on equity processes well informed in neurocognition sciences. So this is part of an educational policy making, but also this as a space for collaboration and exchange. We invite everyone to participate actively in discussions and debates that will be taking place in the next sessions. And we ask you to be critical and bring in your own reflections. Your ideas and insights are fundamentals for us to move towards the right direction. At UNESCO, we have made a commitment to help countries in the region to move forward the digital transformation, as well as to take advantage to new technologies for learning. Our efforts will be aimed to support your initiatives as well as promote great spaces of exchange, such as this forum, and also to develop knowledges and tools that allows us to have a compass towards the great changes that impact us in a positive and negative way in our lives. So I wish you all a very fruitful discussion during these sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia. It is a great honor having you with all of us. Now, I give the floor to Leonardo Operti, Senior Specialist at International Bureau of Education, UNESCO. Thank you very much. Colleagues at the educational industry now, Jaime also. And I would like to thank all colleagues at UNESCO as well as the IIEP team because of these efforts, and I'm very happy to work with all of them, Martin, Pablo, Fernanda, the whole team. Forgive me if I forget someone. I would like to say that we are working together with UNESCO. We created a report back in Montevideo, and this is a confirmation because when we work together, the more the merrier. So in that sense, I would like to congratulate the presence of other international institutions, IBE. And as far as I see in the chat, we see national representation, ministers. So this is a great opportunity to have a productive exchange. So on behalf of the IBE, I would like to greet all of you. I would like to mention 3 elements that are aligned to what Jaime, Martin, and Claudia have mentioned before. First, I think that in our region, we have this huge challenge to create new public policies. We are at the end of a model, paradigms, ideas, approaches, and there is the need of having the capacity to handle a new generation of public policies for the region based on two main focuses. First, we have working on the IIEP, which is how to tackle the problems in a structural way that are related to exclusion and how we move towards a more inclusive system. Inclusion means also territorial, political, identitarian. So the challenge is how to develop a new generation of public policies that handles exclusion by identifying an integral framework of inclusion, while at the same time having equity and quality in learning. And that was proposed at the beginning. But those learnings, in a way, we are talking about the as in a transformational base, and UNESCO will refer to that. We are also talking about a foundational axis that moves towards a transformation. And of course, technology is part of that transformation. Technology must be part of those learnings. So this is why I believe we need to have the ability to generate that new current of public policies in the region. We have to work among sectors, institutions, and see educational policies as a political, cultural policy as well. And secondly, I would like to continue with what Claudia was saying, to take advantage of that technological window. And we have an excellence report that was shared that helped us to think in a wise way, but also in a very careful way. I think that this is important to include curricular and technology, because technology must be used to rethink our goals in terms of governance and education systems, refinancing education system, also educational policies, curricular education processes. That is, technology must be a window of opportunity for us to rethink in the region in terms of that global aspect, thinking of technology as a tool to democratize the processes. And lastly, I have talked to many colleagues in Buenos Aires, Alejandro, Fernanda, also Santiago was there at that point. So we need to think of a regional project and a regional strategy that allows us to move forward and that makes us an example for the rest of the region and the world. So I believe that with IBE organization as the Inter-American Bank, other civil society organization, to reach to a project that help us to understand in what way to improve in a sustainable way opportunities and processes that allow access to everyone. And of course, also there is a concept of hybridization in education. Maybe that regional concept has to do with how to combine educational models, educational resources, technologies to reach to a real learning opportunity that is learning as a learning process and transforming education, taking that to a more communitary and social level that will allow us to make a proactive and intelligent use of technologies. Not only digital technologies and artificial intelligence will provide an opportunity, but also we have in Latin America great resources as radio and TV. We do not need to have a maximalist concept of technology. We need to pluralize, to democratize access to that education. So on behalf of our institution, we are very happy to be part of this event. And again, I would like to congratulate the IIEP for their work in Latin America. Thank you very much. So Renato, please remind presentators that they have a chronometer on their screen. We ask you to be mindful of the time. Now we will have Audio Ceballos Escarelas, Director head of office, IIEP UNESCO Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, who will be explaining the goals and the dynamic of this meeting. Thank you, Fernando. I greet everyone that is connected from many countries in our region and around the world. On behalf of the IIEP, UNESCO Office for Latin America, and the Caribbean, I welcome you all to this regional forum on education policy. And we have a record of representatives from ministries and people, representatives coming from 19 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. So at this moment, you see on your screens today's topic and the topic for this forum this year. 1 second, please. Thank you very much. So it is important to mention that for this year's edition, we have 19 countries in Latin America and 9 countries in the English-speaking Caribbean region that are here with representatives from civil society, colleagues at UNESCO and other people or representatives that work in education. Also, outside this Zoom room are people connected through our website. So for everyone who is watching, we welcome you all. I also would like to thank the welcome words from Benavides, the Ministry of Education of Argentina, and also our colleagues Claudia and Renato from UNESCO offices, co-organizers of this event. As you may know, the Regional Forum of Education Policy is a dialogue exchange space where people responsible for creating education policies in the region and other representatives talk about the challenges that education face in our region, while at the same time, as others said before, to exchange and identify together effective strategy to implement those policies. Each year, the Regional Forum tackles a different challenge that comes from the education agenda. The topic on this edition is digital technologies to transform education in Latin America and the Caribbean. Certainly, we live in a more interconnected world where digital technologies are central for the social and economic development of the region. These technologies have produced great changes in the ways of thinking, communicating, and acting, as well as in learning and teaching and planning education systems. The presence of digital technologies is almost mandatory, but how to make them a changing element for access and inclusion of quality education for everyone. That's a collective challenge that we aim to propose. In the middle of the century, different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have invested greatly in the formulation of digital technologies in education. Those policies were aiming to promote inclusive education, to formal education process, also to improve results of learnings and of students, and finally to achieve better planning and management processes for education systems. So governments in our regions have made a commitment to help technologies or bring technology in education. However, despite those high expectations, today is evident that only the introduction of technologies in the region do not alter the structural conditions of that structural model or pedagogical model in education systems. So this is why it is important to know that technology per se does not improve the context of education. We also have seen the effects of the pandemic in our region, first by widening the gap in technology access, and in fact, there was an increasing of exclusion, also a series of lessons learned given the lockdowns in education systems, and also a limited use of managing and on education systems from ministries of the region. So to sum up, the scenario still poses many challenges to improve pedagogical innovation and also to digitize planning and managing in education. But this does not deny the transformative potential that digital tools have in the region. This makes us reflect upon how the digital technologies have been implemented so far to learn from lessons learned and mistakes, and to understand how these tools can be used to build education systems that are more inclusive and have an improved quality. So with that, what is going to be the journey for these 3 days? After this introduction, we will having two conferences, very interesting conference that will include this topic in the Regional Forum on Education Policy that will cover two recent publications. First, from Manos Antonini, director of the monitoring report at UNESCO, who will be summing up conclusions and central recommendations of the 2023 edition of the GEM report called Technology in Education, a tool in terms of who. This last edition of the GEM report from July this year invites countries to implement conditions in their education systems for technology, considering four fundamental criteria. First, adequate to context, equitable, also scalable, and fourth, that is sustainable throughout time. The second conference will be covered by Zoe Tawil, director of the team of the future of learning at UNESCO, who will present an essay called EdTech Tragedy, Technology in Education and Lockdown of Schools during the pandemic. That will present an interesting analysis of what happened when the pandemic took the schools towards a technology environment wherein millions of students depended only on technological devices, whether it's digital devices, television, or radio. This UNESCO report reminds the promises made on technology and compared with the reality of what actually happened during those lockdowns, analyzing adverse consequences of those technology-based solutions that left behind many students, and provides details in way of how those learnings worsened when technology was available.
By showing in this essay, this trial, what didn't work, it proposes some lessons learned to guarantee that in the future technology will ease and not subvert the efforts to achieve an equity, inclusive, and human focused education. The study has two different parts. First, two panels that will develop today and tomorrow, and in a second part, two workshops between tomorrow and Thursday, and a final plenary session on Thursday, where today we will have the two first panels that we will discuss the state of digital technologies in educational system in Latin America and the Caribbean, thinking on the use in the process of teaching and learning, the integration in the management systems, detecting some hurdles to do so, and identifying some innovations and emerging trends and the future scenario to plan educational systems. The second panel will discuss the opportunities and challenges of digital technologies as a tool for educational inclusion and improvement in learning processes. We will consider some educational models based on technology that allow for the access and knowledge building, paying close attention to the models so-called hybrid. And then Wednesday, we will have the third and last panel focusing on the potential that the technology provides for planning and management of educational systems, especially considering the availability of tools for improving informational and data production systems. These 3 panels are open to the general audience with live transmission on a UNESCO channel. Tomorrow, at the end of the 3rd panel, we will have a start of the workshops exclusive for those that take part as representatives of educational ministries and departments of the region. In smaller work groups, we will gather to think on how the countries in the region can respond in a practical way to the challenges of using digital technologies in educational systems and in the process for public policy making and implementation. Then the use of digital technology in the education, and the 3rd is strengthening of digital technology. The first workshop will be Wednesday, the 2nd in Thursday. At the end of the workshops, we will have a plenary session to discuss the results and exercise of educational planners, where we will have priority lines to deliver the digital technologies in educational policies and advance in the development of information systems for educational management to protect educational trajectory. This exercise will have 2 times in the short term of 6 months and long term in 3 years, considering our countries in the terms of governance, integration, and use of the systems. Finally, in the 7th forum, we'll end with 2 final presentations. The first, a reflection about the learning, the digital learning and transformational learning by Dr. Garnier, General Secretary of the United Nations for the TESS, and where we will summarize the use of technologies in education that stem from the commitments of this edition of the forum. We'll have, such as last year, space for conclusions and the commitments of the TESS. The second presentation, I will try to summarize the main ideas that we learned in the 7th edition of the forum. And with that, we will conclude this year forum. At UNESCO, we are absolutely convinced that these spaces for reflection are a key to advance towards more inclusive and better systems, educational systems for the region. So this year, we decided to duplicate our commitment and give a continuancy beyond these 3 days with our community and experts of technology and education. We are talking that the community of experts in technology and education is an initiative of the Office for the Latin America and the Caribbean for the IIPE UNESCO, which is a virtual space in this network whose aim is promoting and providing interchange of knowledge about digital technologies used in education. In the 7th edition, we will provide more information about the community, and you will have here in the a link to exit. And so in the next few days, we will have a variety of events, and we hope that they are useful to produce knowledge together. Thank you. Thank you, Pablo. I would like to mention that the link for the community of digital technology and education is in the chat, so you can access it. Now we will have the opening session with Manos Antonins, Director of UNESCO, and I would like to remember each one of you that you will have a timer in the right-hand corner of your screen. Manos, you have the floor. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Minister Persig, and employees of the ministries and departments of education in the Latin America and the Caribbean. It's an honor to be part of this opening session of the 7th edition of the forum, approaching a key element for the development and strengthening of our educational systems, and to improve and make use of the opportunities provided by digital technologies. In this forum, 2023 about technology and education. We are very happy to be able to collaborate with the IIPE group to carry out this forum, and we hope to continue to do so in future editions. In 2024, we will approach the topic of educational leadership with also a regional edition for Latin American and Caribbean, with a new opportunity for collaboration. The role of technology in education is under debate. It democratizes the knowledge by providing access without filters to human intelligence, or is this a threat to democracy if just a few selected ones control information? So for some, it's a limited opportunities and a future with technology without going back, in exacerbating inequality. So we should incorporate abilities related to technology for young children or not. Likewise, other topics, we have a challenge to present a representative image in the world level to the exposure of countries in technology. And we face a major challenge in a fast pace for change. Just to give you an example, the amount of people that take part in open online courses increased to 20 million in less than 10 years. And this number does not include China. But higher education was more affected. The use of technology is not that extensive and transforming in other levels of education, but higher education. Just one, each 2 schools in primary education is connected. In this chart with PISA data, just 1 in each 10 students are informed that they use technological devices at least 1 hour per week in math classes. So this is a complex objective, but imagine that we could reduce this to the following. All the youth leave mid-school with a competence level of language and maths. We have to recognize that higher income countries would achieve this objective before. Technology is not a pre-requirement to achieve S4, but a tool among many others. The question we should do, what are the educational problems we are addressing? This report identified 3 general problems: equity in inclusion, quality, and efficiency. Can technology help solving these problems? And if so, in which conditions? It may sound rare, but this is the questions we have to make. We are tempted to think on how to apply the last technology to education, but without designing, and this was not designed thinking on education. Products of educational technology change in average each 3 years. The use in technology cannot be like that. The studies evaluating the impact of different apps in students of different ages using different methodologies and in different contexts. But most of this evidence comes from just a few countries, and frequently making questions that are too limited, disregarding major issues. Nevertheless, all impact can be measured easily because technology is ubiquitous and heterogeneous. Although we have a lack of evidence, we adopt technology. In the United Kingdom, they discovered that just 18% of students were submitted in this, and just 7% just in random trials. The producers of technology generate most of the evidence, and in some cases they find that this evidence contradicts the findings of independent evaluations. In terms of equity, the first examples that come to mind are the major technologies. This region used radio for remote populations like Colombia, and used also television, especially in Brazil and Mexico, where the secondary school program increased the number of students in secondary. This was best used by students with discapacities, and also in situations of emergencies, although the report affirms that just a little more than 10% of these interventions were really implemented by governments. Although no emergency had such an impact in terms of education as COVID-19. The right to education became a synonym of right to connectivity. This proved to be right during the pandemics. Nevertheless, the quality of connections and availability of devices varies a lot. A third of all students and almost each four poor students couldn't have access to this distant learning opportunity. As for quality, the evidence says that some technologies may improve some types of learning in some contexts, but we need to specify what is the problem we are trying to solve, and not assuming that the application of technology in general will solve all the problems of education. Technology may increase the variety of resources for teaching and learning. It may cover some limitations in the quality of teachers and time available for practice, in the potential of making lessons more attractive. But the report informs a positive application of use in after school hours in El Salvador, and it may mean some kinds of capacity building. In Ecuador, Activar, a program that integrates technology and virtual reality with gamification, recreate dangerous situations to mitigate industrial risks. But the use of technology also proved to be counterproducent. So anyone with a mobile in hand knows what the impact could be. And just 1/4 of the country approved smartphones in the schools through a law or policy. And we are getting far from educational programs. The number of countries that apply educational programs became just 15%, and Latin America and the Caribbean is still the region where these programs are more popular, but the number of countries dropped from 60% to 25%. Argentina reintroduced Reconnect and Molding, and it is developing strategies for the integration in the process of teaching and learning, and distributes devices according to social economic criteria. Unfortunately, the technology doesn't have to be advanced to be effective, as proved by the case of China, that has pre-recorded classes, distributed 100 million rural standard students in the beginning of the year 2000, increasing the results of learning and decreasing the gap between rural and urban areas. Sometimes technology can increase efficiency in education. Technology may increase the opportunities of professional development for teachers, but it's not easy to make use of other opportunities. Computer-based tests may open a way to improve the evaluation of students, but we still lack transparent data about the cost of these technologies. In data analysis of learning can improve feedback, but the capacity of educational managers to analyze these data is still limited, and data sets are not integrated, and privacy violation of data is a major concern. Technology helps creating and promoting contents and may reduce the costs of producing, for instance, in printing textbooks. But in practice, online content grew without sufficient regulation, especially what is produced in UE and USA. Most of the content is produced in English, which affects the relevance. Platforms that are more and more used by universities also are challenging their role. Frequently, technology is bought without considering the total costs. Total costs and benefits are underestimated. In the United States, just 11% of school administrators require evidence reviewed by peers before adopting a technology. Money is not always invested in a most effective way. The use of most of the two-thirds of the software licenses were not used in the US. And with that, we could implement two modest scenarios. To that, I would add 50% on the annual deficit that these countries face to achieve their educational objectives. The report also recovered or collected data about technology applied to education and educational systems that we can see in the PEER website. The report says that 16% of the countries guarantee data privacy in education, and 19% of the countries regulate the use of personal devices in schools. To develop recommendations of the report, we consider 4 controversies in the educational systems when trying to use technology in education. Personalization and adaptation versus social dimension of education, inclusivity versus exclusivity, third, commercial interest versus general interest, and efficiency in the short run and costs in the long run. The basic assumption is that technology must serve people, and technology in education should respond to the best interests of students and teachers. The value of technology must be proved compared with a human-centered vision of education.
Decision makers need a compass when implementing technology in education. The first question is whether the technology in education is aligned with its context and with learning goals. Governments must identify what technologies have improved the learning process when creating study plans and pedagogical and covering other pedagogical aspects. Artificial intelligence-based systems used by 25 million students in the United States didn't work better than traditional learning. It is important to assess policies in education with the participation of teachers and students, and solutions must be designed to be adapted to the context. Thales study found that only 30% of 43% of mid-school teachers were prepared to teach after being trained. The second question is whether this use of technology in education is equitable. It is important to focus on technology and its use supporting low-income communities. In India, the use of technology in rural areas improved results in math and sciences. It is important to set national goals for internet connectivity that has to be significant for schools as part of the process of aiming at the SDG 4. Governments also should promote the digital context in education. We are working through the Gateways initiative to build a traditional consensus on quality for platforms. The third question is whether this technology used in education is scalable. Each country must have an organization that assesses this access to technology. However, almost any country has one. United States, there is one clear in-house, but also a few percent had solid or moderate evidence of effectiveness. Governments must be careful in terms of total cost of property because the initial investment in education represents only 25% of the total monthly cost. And we have to make sure in transparency in public expenditure when they make agreement with private companies. Decentralization of decisions has been difficult for schools. And lastly, the use of technology support a sustainable future in education. Countries must establish a curriculum framework and also for digital assessment that is wide and covers all citizens, not only the job market or only related to specific technologies. A framework that consider what is learned outside the classroom. Sometimes we should now go further. PISA analysis suggests that students with weaker reading skills were 5 times more vulnerable to be caught in fake emails. We need to protect human rights, wellness, and security and privacy of students and teachers. A revision of control application that almost 90% of products recorded data from children. We also must revise implications of digital technologies in education, for example, to enhance the life cycle of devices in the European Union for 1 year. That would represent to take out 1 million cars. We also should consider students in a framework that is based in human rights and in learning results, not in digital entrances. Technology should not replace, but complement human interaction. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you very much, Manos, for your remarks. And of course, this report contributes greatly to our forum and when we think of education planning in the following years. Now we welcome Sovita Will, Director for Future of Learning and Innovation, UNESCO. Sobi?
Thank you very much, Fernando. I'm very pleased to be here with all the UNESCO IIP colleagues and beyond, and to be contributing to this regional forum on education policy. Thanks for the opportunity to give a brief overview of a publication that we released recently. I will just try to get it up on the screen. Let me know if you can see. Is this fine? Okay, great. So as you can see, and as was announced by the director of IIP Buenos Aires, the title, provocative, an EdTech tragedy, ? Educational technologies and school closures in the time of COVID-19. It is the result of 3 years of effort in monitoring and reviewing the evidence, but also the more qualitative, initially media accounts around the efforts across the world to deploy technologies at scale in response to the school closures and with the intention of maintaining continuity of learning. The structure of the, I'm just trying to get to the structure of the analysis the organization borrows actually from the structure of a theatrical play. Just
Sorry,
going back,
would you mind changing to presentation mode? Because we are seeing the
yeah, just give me a second then. Okay, I think this should be better.
Thank you.
So the organization, as I said, borrows from the structure of a theatrical play to document and analyze the impacts and the repercussions of this sudden global shift from school-based education during COVID-19 to remote distance learning. The first act, Act 1, EdTech Salvation and Transformation, really details the ambition that often marked the initial transition from school-based education to EdTech at the beginning of COVID-19. Act 2, From Promises to Reality, contrasts the promises of EdTech against the realities of what it delivered and did not deliver in the context of the pandemic. The Interact, Looking Back to See Ahead, considers alternatives. Could we have done things differently? Alternatives to technology first and technology only responses to the school closures of the pandemic, and question some of the dominant narratives that have emerged around EdTech experiences in the past few years. The last Act 3, the last part, puts forward principles, recommendations to guide future efforts to leverage technology for education while keeping schools, the physical and the social space, and the human interaction at the center of teaching and learning. So I won't provide a comprehensive overview. It's a large volume. But zoom in on a few of the ideas and some of the data points and sections that may be of interest and useful for the discussions in this forum. But first, perhaps, why tragedy? We didn't use this notion initially when we started the research. Our initial research question was simple: what happened when technology, rather than schools, became the backbone of education during the pandemic? And as we reviewed the literature, as we reviewed the accounts, some of the media accounts, some more qualitative on the experience, we observed that there was often a reversal of intent, that there was loss despite efforts and massive investments to prevent. There were often adverse consequences, unexpected harm. And these are all obviously key ingredients of a tragedy. But if we're using it here, it's really as a metaphor and a framing to look at the ever-evolving relationship between technology and education, to look at the uses and misuses, to look at the promises and the limitations. And by using this framing, it's an opportunity to revisit and to re-see the technology solutionism that did so much, this discourse that did so much to shape the educational responses during COVID. And finally, perhaps why tragedy? It's also because it draws our attention to some of the overlooked adverse consequences in this sudden, massive shift to technology and to digital technology. And this includes, for example, the normalization of learning in isolation and at a distance during the school closures, the homogenization of learning processes, the deepening reliance on private and for-profit service providers, the often uncritical acceptance that massive financial investments in digital technologies will strengthen educational resilience. And finally, a sense that the digital transformation of education, largely on the terms set by technology providers and others outside of the education sector, that somehow this is inevitable and the only option for the future of education. So Act 1, the hope of salvation, traces a little bit some of these ideas to this discourse around the overdue radical transformation that is required in education, and that technology is a way of initiating this necessary transformation of education. But as we know, these ideas are not new, as many people would assume them to be. And just take this example, this citation. It is possible to teach every branch of human knowledge with this new technology. Our school system will be completely changed in 10 years. Any idea who said this? Thomas Edison, 1910, over a century ago, in reference to his own invention, the motion picture. So this is this discourse is not new, and the idea that the old edifice of education needs to be uprooted and put into this new edifice, and the new edifice which is around internet connected and AI-enabled technologies. This has been this idea and this discourse has been gaining currency for quite some time. And here's an example of how this optimistic vision is even printed on currency itself. This is an image of a 500 franc note in Rwanda showing school children learning with personal laptops, just showing the pervasiveness of this discourse. And when the pandemic hit, really, and the educational disruption with it, and schools were closed, many voices saw this as a great moment for learning. Finally, an imposed large-scale innovation that was imposed by this unique historical experience. And we heard language of, you know, the education sector would advance, would leapfrog, would catapult into a better educational future, largely defined by digital spaces, and where digital spaces and not physical and social spaces of the school become the primary infrastructure or connective tissue for education. Act 2 looks, as I mentioned, at from promises to reality. This is a large section of segment of this publication. It looks really at what occurred and does this by opposing the promises of EdTech against the evidence of what it delivered in the challenging context we know of the pandemic. And it looks at this through multiple dimensions, looking at issues of access, inclusion, equity, engagement in learning engagements, and achievement. And among other factors, we document first the glaring exclusion that full reliance on connected digital technologies introduced, but also the ways in which the layering digital technologies over existing educational inequalities almost systematically widened these inequalities. I'm sorry, going a step too far. We cite some of the latest research on the often adverse effects of screen time, and digital media, in particular for very young children. We explain also how digital learning is not placeless learning. While content may be in a cloud, learners and teachers are not and were not during confinement and during the period of school closures. We show that the digitization of education is accelerating the privatization of education, and often with that undermining the public and collective social functions of education. In many cases, we show how the turn to EdTech also amplified gender divides, digital or otherwise. And that in many cases, learning was experienced during the pandemic and fully remote was experienced as a lonely and isolated experience during these prolonged periods. And we heard and we know that in Latin America, the period of school closures was among the longest in all regions of the world. We detail how EdTech opened the door to extensive privacy intrusions and enabled new types of surveillance and control that often constrained the free exchange of ideas. E-waste, we explore the impacts of the massive transition to EdTech on the natural environment. Many people would not know that the average lifespan of a mobile phone, which is constituted almost entirely of non-renewable resources, the lifespan is 3 years, and then we throw and take on another. In 2020, globally, the e-waste produced in 2020 was considered to be the equivalent of the weight of all the adults in Europe combined. So aspects also that are very much overlooked. The question of inappropriate content, how learners, in particular younger children, directed to the internet for education, often without guidance or guardrails, often encountered inappropriate content and maybe move them into the logics of internet, which can fuel polarization. Algorithms, extensive treatments of the question, implementing the spread of algorithmic assessments and proctoring during the pandemic. And what you see on the slide here is the algorithm used to assign end of term grades to upper secondary students in the UK in 2020. Finally, we come to this, or just before the final points, to this interact, where we ask a number of difficult questions. Is EdTech the best way to build educational resilience? Although it's often sold in this way. And was COVID-19 an educational crisis in addition to being a health crisis? And maybe most importantly, did perceptions that EdTech was saving the day, did that actually prolong school closures? In the publication, there is a contrasting of the experience of the influenza pandemic in 1919, over a century ago, and where the average duration of school closures at that time were much less, or were not as long. Finally, and I'll end here, we get to the last act 3 is really new directions for EdTech. So much of this analysis may appear somber, but it is hopeful. And the last section is dedicated to explaining what this means for education and where we go from here. It's not about being anti-tech, it's about being critical of technology uses in education. And the pandemic did give us many reasons to be critical. So we need to reorient digital changes to education on our terms, as proposed by the 2023 Global Education Monitoring Report on Technology and Education. And this particular study provides ways of doing that, drawing on the lessons of the pandemic. I hope and I'm sure that you will find many of the recommendations useful. They resonate very well with the recommendations in the Global Education Monitoring Report, and that they would help us steer the digital transformation of education in a human-centered fashion. Thank you for your time and for this opportunity to input into the forum. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sobi, por tu presentación. Nos aporta muy
Thank you
valioso.
very much, Sobi, Thank you very much for your contributions. Now we pass to the following activity of the forum, the first panel. And we would like to remember that the sessions are being recorded and everything will be available at the end of the day in the website of the regional forum. The link is in the chat, and the presentations of the speakers we will have a space for for questions and answers. We invite you to leave the questions in the chat, either in Zoom or YouTube, so we can select questions according to the time we have left. I would like to remind that for those in the Zoom, we can give you the floor to make questions openly in the language of your preference. So we start with the first panel, the state of digital technologies in educational systems. And now we will have the Alejandra Cabrine, coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean of IPE UNESCO. Thank you very much, Fernando. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you and with the renowned colleagues of the first panel. The idea of this panel is discuss the state of digital technologies in educational systems in the region, Latin America and the Caribbean. After the presentations of Antonini and Sobis, we had this general overview of the challenges that technology presents. Now, what we will try to do is to lend some of these issues and think of their use in our region, considering its peculiarities. From the 4 presentations we have today, we will identify some trends to future scenarios, potentials of technology, and we will discuss first the planning of the educational policies in digital era, to focus then in more specific topics like systems of management that will be recovered tomorrow in the third panel. Some new trends like artificial intelligence and how are we considering this topic for planning educational policies. And lastly, the important challenge of monitoring digital technologies and where are we in the region to do so. So I will combine the presentations of each of our speakers with the reactions of other panelists. And at the end of the dialogue, we will have some time for questions. So if you are in Zoom, make use of the chat to leave your question. And of course, it can be questions and comments, and those in the Zoom can also use the chat to leave comments or questions. So as we don't have much time, I will start to introduce, speakers as they start. And I would like to thank Fernando Salvaterra, Tamara Diaz, Alias Ortiz, and Alejandro Vera to be here with us today. And let's go to the first presentation with Fernando. Well, Fernando already introduced himself, but I will be a little more formal. He's expert in education and digital technologies, production of e-learning, and expert in ICT program and coordinator of digital technology and education in our office, the IEB for Latin America and the Caribbean. He's also a professor in the University of Buenos Aires, and his presentation, he will address something very important for us, because this is a document that you already can find in the website of the forum, which is the Educational Planning in Digital Technologies in Latin America, that try to expose where we are and where we could be and what are the challenges towards that. So, Fernando, please, you have the floor now as a speaker, and we start our first panel. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Well, I will be sharing the report about educational and digital technologies planning in Latin America, made under IIPE. And therefore, I will invite you to meet Maria. Maria is 11-year-old and she's in the sixth grade of primary school. She just received a computer as part of a national program. This was the first computer given in the first days of the pandemics. She took in the first day of school and couldn't use anymore. And the following year, she received the second computer. To take this to the school, she couldn't connect the internet. Although there was infrastructure and a national program and a subnational, they were not finalized. One day, she dropped the computer, it broke, and no one could help her to fix it. Then, in a third program, she received another computer, the third one. But at her school, still she couldn't connect. Many of her teachers passed through similar situations. Something else. Maria teachers continue to write down the scores and presents in a sheet of paper as they used to in the past. Although we are in a digital area, digitalization is still not in schools. Schools are still analogic in most of the systems and processes. Maria is 11 years old and she has 3 broken computers. This story is based in real facts that prove how the lack of planning and coordination of educational policies in digital technologies affect thousands of students in our region. What can we do to avoid this wasting of resources and opportunities? How can we guarantee that all students have access to quality education with support of digital technologies? How can digital technologies could provide better educational systems? These are the major questions that we try to answer in the report. Latin America and the Caribbean face challenges that seem to be structural, as Manos was saying, and as in the 2023 UNESCO report, digital technologies may play a key role to face these challenges. But thinking on the use of digital technologies in education is still far from achieving the development we want. Among the main problems in the report, we highlight 7 of them. But in this presentation, I will focus the first 3 of them. The first one, thousands of children, adolescents, and teachers and schools do not have access to internet that allow to have a significant pedagogic use. In 2018, 31 million students, more than 70%, live in homes without connection. And the regional average of connection in 2021 was about 73%. So only 3 on each 10% has access to internet. As for educational quality, the challenge has 2 levels. The amount of educational institutions is still disconnected, and the low quality of connection for those that have it. The second major problem, most of the schools in the region still do not use technologies for their system, for educational systems and processes, which means a loss of data that will be useful for decision making. And the third problem, deceleration and interruption of educational policies, including in a same governmental term, digital technologies have abrupt changes. These problems are still deeper for the constant development. We face new challenges like digital citizenship and also the development of artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence with direct impact in education. And this leads to identify new scenarios and new challenges. From this framework, educational planning is conceived as a tool and strategy to provide answers to these reiterated needs. We understand educational planning as the actions in educational systems to improve the teaching processes, generating impact and in the quality of learning. And at the same time, it provides a broad overview considering the potential and the use of technologies for information management and administration of educational systems, which means that digital technology may contribute to the planning of educational policies, easing the decision-making process based on data. For this planning, we defined 3 dimensions: governance, which implies the design, implementation, and evaluation of digital technologies in education; digital ecosystem that comprehends platforms, teaching environment, teaching and learning environment, information systems, portals, educational content, connectivity and infrastructure to access and use technologies. And third, educational practices that consider the ways of teaching and learning with digital technologies, as well as competences and skills to integrate the process. Within governance, we believe that it's key to have a whole focus, an integral focus to the incorporation of technologies in educational systems, considering the building of relationships that should be political and coherent and aligned with educational goals that go beyond the national educational policy, and expedite the articulation between the different levels of intervention, providing a coordinated management with the different levels and different stakeholders. Within the digital ecosystem, we identify 3 priorities: ensure the equipment and access to connectivity, quality connections in schools, delivery of devices to school, and devices for teachers and vulnerable populations. The second, digitalize systems and processes from the school unit. This is something that we didn't have visible in the policies. And there is a need to informatize the processes of school management, like enrollment, absenteeism, and present and attendance, and contents and scores. This aiming to integrate other systems within the system. And the third, advance in the development of CJET, with availability, immediate availability of information, both for early alert system as enrollment and accreditation, certification, dropping out, quality of the infrastructure. In educational practices, we believe it is key to transform the models. So to advance and review the current models that didn't include the remote learning or distance learning, and with the new technologies may help in the collective building, expression of diversity, and access to knowledge, and form teachers and intermediate stakeholders like directors, supervisors, so on and so forth. We should review and reinvent and articulate the initial formation work with the universities and organic networks and programs for professional development, for continuous development of these skills. For a closure, I would say that the main causes that are an obstacle to the full adoption of digital technology in education is a lack of focus in strategic planning, comprehending all the needed dimensions, and therefore is key to recover the vision and plan in a timely fashion, prioritizing policies in the short run when a focus of about 1 year, and mid-run with a projection of 3 years, and articulate this perspective with a long-term view, considering different governmental terms to maintain a sustainability. This is key for Maria and the thousands of children in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernando. Really interesting the use of a concrete example that comes from the study carried out last year by UNICEF, and how we could see the failures and the impact of that. So now I introduce our second speaker, and that is not exactly her presentation, but a reaction to the work presented by Fernando. So welcome, and I introduce Tamara Diaz, doctor in education with a master degree in social investigation applied to data analysis and a program of clinical psychology. So she combines very well the social statistics, and she is supervisor of formation of the IBE and professor of the Catholic University. She's been working in public dialogue and questions regarding educational topics, and last year with a focus on digital technology, with a very interesting work that she will comment. Tamara, you have the floor to comment on Fernando's presentation. Thank you very much, Alejandra. I would like to greet everyone. Thank you very much for the presentation to take part in this space. And this topic is really a pleasure to discuss, and especially discussing with so many interesting colleagues. But first of all, I would like to congratulate Fernando for the presentation and for the report, because I believe it arrives in a very important moment for the region. We are continuously receiving data that raise an alert on how are we advancing in quality and accessibility and equity in the region. And this matches with concrete data of the report, contributing on how could we advance in the different countries to improve education, incorporating these technologies. I was taking notes when you presented, and I would like to highlight two ideas about that you presented. On one hand, it is true that you presented very clearly the report and the importance of it to achieve this integration of digital technology in education. Good planning, strategic view, integrating and articulating different stakeholders and sectors. But this poses a very important question that you also leave in the report, which is the management of time. When we talk about planning, we talk about processes and the need of some time to do it. And all of us here know that the times in education do not coincide with the time of policies. And the designing and articulating and implementing a proposal and having results that to show how the advance is in shock with a short-term part in policies and politics.
So I believe when it comes to that planning, we need to respond to the need of having awareness of costs when we do not have in mind those times at all levels. It calls my attention what Maria said. This was a good example, the cost of 3 broken computers, but not only that, economic costs and everything that is related to the effects on the education community. Another idea that is related to the planning aspect has to do with the need of planning based on robust data that considers everyone's vision. It is clear that we need to strengthen our information systems. We need to develop research and studies that support the whole process, not only at the end of it when we need to make decisions that alter its development, but this effort has to come from different levels. And you mentioned that in the report there are different dimensions: the governance aspect, digital aspect, and pedagogical aspect. We have to highlight that all those visions must be represented in that space, and everyone must have the ability to show evidence and information, because that will allows us to have a systemic vision that includes the right transformations for our systems. Thank you very much, Tamara, for your reaction. We will have them in consideration for our debate, and thank you everyone who is contributing in our chat as well. Now I am going to introduce Elena Arias Ortiz, who will also be presenting. She has a doctorate in economics and master's degree in economic analysis. Her research career focuses on skills development, student transition to higher education, and the job market, and the use of digital tools to improve learning. She currently works as a senior education specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and we are very happy to have you here, Elena. We closely know the work that the IDB has developed throughout the years for education systems. So we would like to hear more about this specific work on management and information systems. So thank you very much. Thank you, Alejandra. First, I would like to thank UNESCO for the invitation. It is an honor to be here in this forum, along with colleagues that I know and I admire. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I have been hearing this morning the importance of digital transformation in management systems. And I always say that it is like the poorer brother in terms of technological implications and context in the classroom, but it is not less important. That was exactly what made us create this project in 2017, a long time ago. And at that point, we weren't talking about technological applications or digital transformation. Just to give you a brief context, we worked with a conceptual level at the bank, but it has to do with the reports and the presentations that we saw today. It has to do with comprehensive digital transformation. It is important to say that in the bank, we have created, since the beginning of the OPC transformation programs, that the use of digital tools or technologies should not be the ultimate goal. Those are tools that we need to use to contribute to that transformation in education, to reach inclusion and access for all. And that is based on two pillars simultaneously: the pedagogical aspect and the managing aspect. And I will be covering in the next minutes the importance of considering school management as well. When we began this project, we made an analysis of the media in Latin America that covered the problems directly related to the managing aspect in education. And this is just to highlight a few, but this affects the whole region, every single country from the most developed to the less developed in education. And we will see that in the results, which is which makes or brings a common challenge at a national or subnational level. We know that there is no like most relevant country, but this is only to exchange messages and results from these studies. And I have an important message here. These are correlations. This is not by chance. It shows the relation between expenditure by students in its horizontal axis compared to the performance in math. So per million spent, we see that countries without increasing that cost could obtain better results in learning. And that's what we aim to improve, to make children have better conditions for learning. We see countries like Bulgaria, Romania achieving results, and this is because an improvement of their managing systems. And how can we improve that managing systems? We began in 2017, as I said before, and we created a report, and we are monitoring the countries when improving their managing systems. But I can sum up in 3 points. We aim to develop a quantitative instrument that allows us to measure in a comparative way the level of development of information and managing systems in the region, to provide a benchmark on when we are at this point, and mostly how can create in the short, in midterm, with consistent investment, new routes to improve those systems. So the EMIS have 2 great contributions. As you can see, we began with the basic unit of what happens in the classroom, as well as all the processes that support that interaction between teachers and students. We identified 6 management systems that support that infrastructure. And education institutions that have to do with academic offer, human resources, and also financing and budgetary resources, learnings and students, contents, and tools for strategic management that have to do with indicators to monitor these processes. Also, this has 2 conditions, structural conditions. The first has to do with technological infrastructure where these processes occur, as well as governance. The instrument and the tool has 19 questions. It's a questionnaire of 19 questions. And based on those questions, we attribute a level of development to each condition that comes from basic, emerging, and established when most processes reach an efficient managing level. Before showing our results, I forgot to mention the second advantage, or 2 benefits. I forgot to mention that. The integral vision that we have from managing education, which is not only a single process or a unit of technology. Many times when we collected information in our countries, we talked with the representative of digital transformation, but processes have to do with everything in terms of management, not only software. That's a part of management systems, but not all of it. And secondly, we have a mission of organizing processes, not only related to technology. Technology is a tool that supports to automate processes, but if that basis is not efficient, digitization will accelerate it. So what's the state? What's the context? I'm going to mention here a few important conclusions. Not a single education system at a national or subnational level reaches the expected level. Most of them are in a latent level. Some cases reach an emergent level, as you see in this case, Santa Fe in Argentina, Peru, also Uruguay. And I'm talking about aggregated data. When we go into detail, you can find it in the report. By processes, many of these countries have certain processes at an emergent state, but this is a global assessment. And the last and final message that I would like you to take here is that there are certain concerning processes. Those most delayed processes have to do with infrastructure in terms of education and also human resources, and have to do with teaching staff. And as you may know, those are two lines that represent most part of our budgetary or budgets in education. So we need to pay close attention to countries in that regard. To conclude, global vision that EMIS could take us to a real operability between systems is not only exchange of data. It has to do to avoid duplication of data, to use reliable sources and unique identifiers for each of agents in the education system. So EMIS, we not only delivered in this diagnosis, not only a picture, we also offer a detailed plan with phases and processes and also timeframes. The goal is for us to have real-time information, which implies a real change in terms of the managing logic. And there is also a need for having real-time information that allows to decentralize data, but every actor, every agent, every school can generate information and use it in their everyday activities through the management of systems. So with that, I conclude. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Elena, and everyone for your efforts on synthesizing studies that may have taken years, but these are the initial steps for further discussion. But now I'm going to introduce Alejandro Vera, who has a bachelor's degree in economics from the National University of Córdoba and is part of the Regional Office of Education in Latin America and the Caribbean, and is a specialist in terms of monitoring and planning. Alejandro, thank you very much for your presence here. If you could comment on what Elena presented now. Thank you very much, Alejandra. I'm taking only 10 seconds to congratulate all and thank you all at the IIEP in Latin America and the Caribbean for this invitation. So at UNESCO Santiago, we are very happy to be part of these events. This is mandatory for developing education policies in the region, and this year we are covering such an important topic. So it is a pleasure being here, being part of this panel with such brilliant colleagues who work addressing these concerning topics. So considering Elena's presentation first, and also Tamara, I would like to congratulate the work from the Inter-American Bank and also other colleagues in transforming EMIS. This is a very important work in the region. And this presentation and this report is a must for all of us who work with this topic in the region. So the invitation is for everyone to download it and to read it for its importance. And Elena is right when she says that when this work began in 2017, that topic was not exactly covered. It was something more specific for in the field of monitoring and systematization. There wasn't a real dialogue in terms of learning and education in terms of the use of technology. And we have moved forward in that sense, and we see the results in what Fernando just presented in that chapter related on the education monitoring report. We currently see the progression in that sense. I would like to highlight, and I am going to be mindful of the time, I'm going to highlight two aspects from Elena's presentation. One is something that I believe is key, which is technologies are not the ultimate goal. I believe that this is important, and we have to remember that technology is just a tool, and we need to be able to use it and implement that. And currently, we not only support policy implementation, but also some policies are possible thanks to the development of IMEs. And it is important to bear in mind the student allocation in schools, early risk detection. We need to consider that in terms of IMEs. And the second aspect that I would like to highlight of the bank's work is the importance of considering subnational levels as well. On that graphic that Elena presented, we saw different states and regions in each country that are relevant as well. And as we know, education attributions in our countries also consider subnational levels. This is why it is important to look at those levels, and that has provided positive outcomes. So I would like to congratulate your presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alejandro, Elena. Now I pass the floor to Tamara Diaz, who will be talking about artificial intelligence in the region through a study conducted by the IBE with experts from the private sectors in terms of AI use in the region. So Tamara, you have the floor. Please tell us more about the key messages from this study.
Alejandra, tuve un problema, desconecté, volví a
Alejandra, I'm sorry, I had a problem. I was dropped out of the Zoom and connected back. Well, nothing could be so fluid. So we couldn't have a fluid event with the technology. Yes, just to have some emotion. I will start share screen. Can you see it now? I will put in presentation mode.
No sé si la perdimos.
I don't know if we lost her.
Bueno, por ahí hasta... ahí estás, Tamara.
Oh, you're back. I don't know. I have a problem when I try to share screen. Well, we can do it for you. So I don't know. It is incompatible and it just shuts down the system. I don't understand what the problem is. But if you can share my presentation, so you can start and we share it for you. The theme we will share is exactly as okay. Thank you. Perfect. It's always better to have image. Can you skip? Yes. one slide. Yeah. I was saying that I would like to share some ideas about a theme that is no one is indifferent to that and has a key role, which is artificial intelligence systems. And how do we deal with that as we leave, as we take it to such a sensitive area like education? All the doubts increase even more. So I believe that all of us here now sharing this space in a very continuous and daily way, we know a series of news and headlines that we see daily, whose key role is exactly the artificial intelligence. These messages are often talking about extremes and are very contradictory. On one hand, we hear news that talk about an artificial intelligence that is capable to identify a disease, and on the other hand, news like what he had here in Spain, the case of children that were able to manipulate pictures of other children, violating privacy. So we have messages talking about the use of these tools to tutor, to improve teaching and all the benefits of it has. But also we have news that raise an alert about ethics, about privacy invasion, and so on and so forth. And this happens in a moment when in education we still do not have it clear how can we integrate this technology in a systemic way. Fernando was telling us the data of the reports. We are still thinking on the planning processes, and we still are in a gray zone with a lot of blind spots on how to implement technology. But I would like to highlight the effort that is being conducted by many institutions and international agencies like the World Bank, as member states in different spheres, that in a short term produce reports and documents that somehow approach and bring to light these topics of special attention, identifying better practices, and provide knowledge to topics that we still have more uncertainties than not. And what would be the perception of those implied in the topic? What is the perspective of those that are closer to these themes, and how do they see this issue of the use of artificial intelligence now, and also considering the future use of it? Next one, please. With this in mind, what we did was starting a short study with El Futuro institution that we cooperate these themes, to know from a reduced group, a researched group with very different profiles, what is their perception, what is their perspective, where are we going to? And so in part academics and experts in educational sector that has knowledge in artificial intelligence. We also researched stakeholders of private AI and other technological developments, and also from public servants and servants in the ministry that had knowledge about this topic. And what did we ask? We asked, what is the role of institutions, of the market, of the educational community, what scenarios they project considering the changes that AI will bring to education, recommendations. This document is available for download, but I would like to elaborate two or three ideas that was already approached by the colleagues in the previous presentations that for me make more sense, about the impact and relevance in a kind of consensus to understand that the impact will be bigger in higher education and will be more relevant in collectives of students with a special need. when we saw Mano's presentation about the report, the GEM report, we already had that. Main transformations were in higher education, and the biggest changes for support to special needs. And so this makes sense. Inequalities. We find that there is a vision to be considered that when we talk about inequalities within a country, we have a trend that AI would help to reduce it. But when we compare countries, the perspective is the opposite. Considering the diversity we have in the region, with countries with much more capacity to lead technological developments, to advance in this type of technological incorporation, as opposed to those who have more difficulty to incorporate this type of proposals or innovations in a more simplistic way. When we talk about changes, here we can say that we have prudent positions and that do not expect major transformations. So when we carried out the research, was a moment that was previous to ChatGPT, that is a major revolution in many levels, but it may be that somehow the system is used to have great expectations with other technologies that in the end of the day are unfulfilled promises. In the last slides, if we can see it. So where are we heading to? So based on what we found in the research and what we see from other studies and reports, we try to identify 3 lines of advancement, considering 3 stakeholders. From the state perspective, that has a central role in democratizing AI. The state should guarantee the resources and the background information to guarantee it for all in a way that is pertinent, and everything regarding to legislation, data protection normatives. And another idea for this stakeholder is the issue of information and communication. This is also considered a role of the state when presenting proposals. From educational community, far from being passive stakeholders, we believe they should have an active role and engage in proposals that share perspective, having a protagonist role in these processes in different levels. And finally, from educational cooperation in the spheres that many of us here are, we have the role of contributing to a technical and political dialogue, also providing spaces that allow for connecting and articulating proposals, enabling countries to create alliances, not to leave behind and out of the discussion countries that are less developed in these themes. And we cannot afford to be out of the debate and the development of these essential systems to transform and improve our educational system. Thank you very much, Tamara. Fernando, you have the floor for brief remarks, and then we will have questions from the audience. Excellent work, Tamara. It was the perfect timing of the report and the focus on perception of AI in a space that is maintaining the potential of AI for education. I would like to highlight again the challenges regarding regulation and reach of AI. When I was hearing Manos during his presentation of the GEM report, what to do so AI is also technology in our hands, that not the private companies to determine where is it going to, but also think on public policies to follow up the development of AI and intelligent platforms that in our case may think data integration for decision-making process. It also sounds really valuable thinking on how AI and can integrate with teaching and learning, and how any new development raise new concerns with dystopic views sometimes, and sometimes unfulfilled promises, utopic or dystopic. Not always everything that comes to save or to destroy. And these concerns that are connected, for instance, with private data protection, and also the cognitive issue of AI, the topic of discrimination that becomes really visible in the generative AI. It sounds really interesting, and I think it is a great contribution to think in the different lines to address the topic. Excellent. Thank you, Fernando. I pass the floor now to Alejandro Vera to present another paper that is also in the website of the forum, that is the monitoring of digital policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor. Excellent, Alejandra. Thank you very much. It is always, sharing screen is already a technological challenge. Are we seeing in the correct format? Yes, thank you. Well, this paper, as Alejandra said, was prepared together with Axel for this forum, and regards the monitoring of digital educational policies in our region. And since the presentations of our colleagues started, and according to what we discussed in the panel, the educational digital policies have now a place of key importance, and this has to do with a series of issues, but especially with exponential growth that technologies have in the last few years, and also considering the response to COVID, and also with the disruption of novelties like the new developments of AI. So this turns our eyes to digital educational policies and how can we use it to improve teaching and learning, and as mentioned in Elena's presentation, the management of educational systems. In order to do so, we decided, considering the importance of such policies, both for governments and different stakeholders of education, we have to monitor what is happening in these policies. So we have to start to think in some kind of framework for monitoring that we could, as everybody taking part in this forum is saying, how to have a whole overview of the different areas of digital technology. So we thought on at least 4 dimensions that have to be present in a monitoring. They are not exhaustive, but these 4 should be, especially when we think on the impact that these policies must have for teaching and learning. The first is digital inclusion, that regards everything related to students and teachers and connectivity. A second dimension, which is the quality of learning, that has to do with everything related to the resources of platforms and educational resources that are used to achieve this improvement. And the third dimension has to do with digital skills. So those competences that students achieve when they access these resources and use these platforms. And finally, something that we need so everything happen is that teachers also have the proper technological skills to guide learning. So we are convinced that this should be part of a whole exercise of monitoring on how technology is used to improve learning. And when we talk about monitoring, what we need is information that feeds a set of indicators that consider the achievements of each of these dimensions. I won't get into the detail of the indicators. I just want to show you the set of sources that are currently used by some countries, and in a case in regional level, to cover these dimensions. Here, I would just mention a diversity, an important number of sources that can be used for this end. The classic information systems that was mentioned in a previous presentation, some other data, administrative data that come from other areas that work with technology and are very important. What comes from home research and also school researches or other statistic information. Manos talk about the analysis and the inform about the normative framework or the legal framework of each country, and other international studies that consider not only learning evaluation, but also the level of knowledge of adult population. So this is a very diverse source of so as this is a source, a universe of sources that are not as different to what we usually use to monitor the current educational policies. Although they are innovative, many of these initiatives, we are still in what we call the monitoring framework. The second point, this diversity of sources does not cover the complexity that these policies became and what we are trying to promote. So I would like to focus on just 3 of these indicators. And why do I mention them? Because they are part of the SDG4 monitoring framework to analyze the educational achievements of the countries. And these 3 indicators are part of this framework and could be used with this aim, which are the proportion of schools that offer basic services, detailed by service or breakdown by service, the digital abilities or skills of youth and adults that have a level of competence in digital literacy. These indicators are part of an agreed framework with a good set of countries, although these indicators consider just 2 of the dimensions that we recently mentioned.
So by using these indicators, we know today that 43% have access to internet, and less than 15% of adults have good competence in ICTs, and less of 50% of young adults have reached the minimum of competence and digital literacy. So these are a few indicators that we can use in our region. So just to finish, I am going to conclude with 3 key messages from this article, and you can download the report shared by our colleagues. First is there is a comprehensive need. We need to include or have a comprehensive analysis from the different dimensions, also including governance, financing, planning systems, etc., as well as the need to build new information systems that include all these ideas it is necessary to improve these information systems. And a third aspect that wasn't mentioned before, and I think it is worth to mention here, comes from our Sustainable Development Agenda, more specifically SDG 4, to not leave anyone behind, to include the necessary assessment that consider different analysis and populational groups. So these are my conclusions, and I wait for your questions. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Elena was offering a reaction, but Elena, very quickly, just wait, because we have questions from the audience, from Henry in Zoom, Henry Armas. And later, Elena, if you can, you will be having the space to add your comments. Now, Henry Armas. Thank you very much, Alejandra. It is a privilege being here in this space. Thank you very much for the invitation. I just wanted to congratulate all colleagues here with us this morning and comment on the interest from our office related to the impact from a complex system that includes different elements when we decide on where to invest and provide support for those who decide the different budgets. So we would have to consider where to invest in order to make the greater impact in fundamental learnings. So when investment decisions are made, we have to consider the different technological tools. So, for example, at this moment, we talk about donation processes or donations from the private sector, computers, laptops, tablets. However, most of the time we do not consider teacher training and monitoring of management groups. So my question is on the evidence. Is there any peer review evidence? I understand that there are a different set of publications that consider different actors, but considering if having that evidence, we would have a greater impact. Thank you very much. Elena? So we have a huge challenge ahead. I was going to comment on what Ale's presentation. Doesn't have anything to do with the question recently made, but maybe I could address that question and give an answer if you allow me in 2 minutes. So in terms of investment, according to my own experience and based on my opinion, as well as in different studies, we conducted a meta-analysis with my colleague, Julian Christian, in order to assess the evidence in technology programs. And basically what we saw in terms of where to allocate investment, the important thing is to develop guided use programs where basically you include everything you mentioned, devices, platforms, and teacher training to a specific issue that you want to tackle. For example, improving math results in the 4th grade, and all those elements should go to that challenge, and problems have to have more impact statistically when compared to broader programs. And I really like the metaphor, which is almost like a magical vision, when we thought that having computers will resolve everything, reading skills, math skills, but it's not the case. Technology has to do with solving an issue. It's not the maximum goal. We need to understand what problems should be addressed For example, we need to improve certain education levels. So in that way, I believe we have a good starting point to allocate investment if the answer is if we need technology. Sometimes it's not the case. And in terms of Alejandro's presentation, I wanted to add on something. And to me, that's key because mapping education and digital policies is fundamental because it gives us a vision. And this was mentioned before, midterm vision. Sometimes we have short-term investments that are not consistent. Sometimes processes or systems are put in place that do not communicate what was deployed before, so are not sustainable throughout time. So this point, which I consider to be very important, are key to improve governance and to improve the capacity of education systems to be integrated to technology and to strengthen not only in terms of data protection, cybersecurity, minor data protection, and how to make use of technology, preventing certain aspects that can harm the protection of children in school age. So I believe that this is central. I would like to congratulate Alejandro and Axel to bring this topic. And I haven't seen monitoring report thinking or considering what key indicators we should include in order to assess these policies. So to be mindful of the time, I conclude now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to talk about those key issues. There are a couple of questions on YouTube. We already replied to some of them. In our chat, we need to conclude now, considering the time. Either way, this discussion will continue in the community of specialists in education from the IIEP. We ask all of you to join. So we thank all for guests here and panelists here. So I congratulate you for this huge effort now. Fernando Salvatierra will have closing remarks. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Before finishing this part, from the technical team, we are asked to take a group picture of this session. So please, we invite you all to open your cameras. This will take us a few minutes. The technical team has a whole new strategy. You will see a notification on your screen, which will ask you to open your cameras. So when you open your camera, if you like, of course, if you're ready, we smile and we take a picture. All right, so as we said at the beginning, and as Alejandra mentioned, we have the community of experts in education and technology available now, and we are going to leave here in our chat the link of our community. So before moving to the recess, I want to mention that in our website, we have open applications for managing of education policies for 2024. So we leave you the link here for you to participate. Now we will make a pause, a 14-minute pause. So see you at 1:35 p.m. Buenos Aires time. So we ask you to stay in this room to continue with the next activity, which is second panel on digital technologies for educational inclusion. Thank you very much.
El Sistema de Información de Tendencias Educativas en América Latina, CITEAL, es un observatorio de políticas liderado por el IP UNESCO. Su objetivo es promover una mayor comprensión de los sistemas educativos de la región mediante el análisis de información y la producción y difusión de conocimiento. CITEAL provee evidencia para la construcción de políticas educativas desde la perspectiva del derecho a la educación. En un único sitio de acceso abierto y gratuito, se presenta información comparable de 19 países de América Latina, disponible desde múltiples entradas. El observatorio cuenta con 3 bases de información en permanente actualización: la base de políticas y normativas, la base de investigaciones educativas y la base de indicadores estadísticos. CITEAL también cuenta con una producción de conocimiento propia consolidada en distintos formatos: los perfiles de país, los panoramas regionales y los estudios de investigación aplicada. Así, CITEAL busca enriquecer el diálogo regional conectando el conocimiento académico al campo de la política pública para promover sistemas educativos más justos e inclusivos.
For 20 years, the Africa office of the UNESCO's International Institute for Educational Planning has worked to develop coherent and credible education sector policies. IIP UNESCO Dakar continues to support Ministry of Education and Training across the continent and development partners. For 20 years, our objective remained the same: develop countries' capacity to plan and manage the education systems. Our work began in 2001 following the World Education Forum in Dakar, initially as the Center of Expertise in Education Sector Analysis, and then as the IIP UNESCO Africa Office from 2013 onward. In total, we have worked with 48 African countries. That is over 90% of the countries on the continent. We have produced and shared new knowledge in the field of education and training. And we have trained more than 500 education specialists across the continent. Today, IIP UNESCO Dakar provides technical support to African countries at every stage of the education planning cycle, from analysis to implementation of education sector policies.
We are in technical cooperation with IIP, UNESCO. Of course, they support countries in planning, in management of education system, and they are providing that technical cooperation and support, and they are very instrumental in actually giving us the technical advice to go through the education sector analysis and also the development of the sector plan, because the analysis leads to the development of the sector plan that can move the education system forward, especially so that the government have prioritized education, taking education as a flagship program for the country.
In recent years, our office has diversified its field of expertise. First, we promote youth employment through technical and vocational education and training. Second, we support the management of education quality. And finally, we promote gender equality in and through education.
Je pense que la relation entre l'IEP Dakar et le Cameroun est une relation assez fructueuse. ce qui est fait à l'IEPE pour l'ensemble de la sous-région contribue à endiguer les flux de déperdition scolaire qui apportent ici la bonne qualité à notre système d'éducation.
Demography, financing, inclusion, learning outcomes and youth employment are major priorities for the future of our continent. Faced with these challenges, we are committed to strengthening our support to African countries to help them achieve lifelong, equitable, inclusive, quality education for all by 2030.
Acho que a principal evolução que eu tive no curso foi a capacidade de olhar o sistema educacional de forma mais afunda, de uma forma voltada para o planejamento.
La que más me impresionó fue tener más conocimiento de lo que son los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y hacia qué horizonte estamos apuntando dentro de nuestras planificaciones en la Secretaría de Educación.
A través del curso fui conociendo, fui comprendiendo que básicamente permiten ordenar las ideas, por decirlo así, respecto a cómo diseñar una política educativa.
Este curso me ayudó un poco a mirar y a hacer un recorrido a nivel del escenario internacional, por sobre todas las cosas ver las experiencias, las políticas, las acciones de políticas que han tomado los otros países para revertir essa problemática ou situações similares.
Muitos problemas que o Brasil vivencia, outros países da América Latina também vivenciam, apesar do tamanho, apesar das questões sociais, culturais ou de economia, nós temos problemas muito similares. Então, de repente, se um de nós consegue desenhar uma solução interessante, isso pode ser compartilhado com os demais países. Essa abordagem do programa é interessante, é salutar e, a meu ver, é bem sustentável.
¿Trabaja para diseñar e implementar políticas educativas? ¿Se imagina un espacio de colaboración y diálogo con profesionales? ¿Le interesa impulsar sus proyectos y establecer alianzas regionales? La Red de Especialistas en Política Educativa de América Latina facilita sinergias entre equipos ministeriales y reúne a quienes diseñan, implementan y analizan políticas educativas en los países de la región. Creada por el IP UNESCO, la red, disponible en español y portugués, es un espacio único para dialogar, intercambiar y co-construir conocimiento a través de actividades como salas de discusión, diálogos técnicos regionales y mesas bilaterales de trabajo. Además, la red puede ofrecer comunidades de práctica a medida que promueven la creación de redes multisectoriales y posicionan temas estratégicos. ¿Quiere formar parte de la red? Si usted integra ministerios, secretarías y oficinas de educación o ha egresado de los programas o cursos de formación de IP UNESCO, puede unirse a la red de manera gratuita en red.iip.unesco.org. Para apoyar la creación de nuevas comunidades de práctica que potencien sus proyectos institucionales, escríbanos a red@iip.unesco.org.
Nuevamente les damos la bienvenida al séptimo Foro Regional de Política
So you
Educativa.
welcome once again to the 7th Forum of Educational Policies, Digital Technologies to Transform Education in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now we will have the second panel, Digital Technologies to Improve Educational Inclusion and Learnings. I'm Fernando Salvaterra, responsible for ICT program and digital technologies in education of the IIPE of the UNESCO. Before starting, we ask you to open your cameras and rename yourself with complete name and institution you belong to and country. We also remember that in the chat we have an email that serves for any questions, and the program is being recorded, will be available at our website at the end of the day. So now I pass the floor to Vanina Trentin, sub-coordinator of education for the IBE UNESCO, and will be in charge of the panel. Thank you, Fernando. Good afternoon to all of those here following this. It's such an interesting forum. We will continue with the second panel of this afternoon, which are digital technologies for educational inclusion and improvement on learning. And we have 3 references in Latin America in terms of the inclusion, technology, and education, with whom we'll continue the discussion of this forum. I first would like to introduce them, and then we start our exchange. Maria Elena Claro, Ana Laura Martínez Tesore, and Renato Berti. Good afternoon, welcome. Magdalena is director of the Center for Studies of Policies and Practices in Education and associate professor in the Catholic University of Chile. Her investigation focuses culture and digital inclusion and education, and she's part of different projects of international educational projects with the use and new forms of learning for the new generation of students as the current challenges of digital society. Ana Laura Martínez Tesore is coordinator for Latin American and African countries in Portuguese language in the Regional Center for Studies and Development of Information Society under the sponsorship of UNESCO. She is also consultant of the Center for Innovation in Brazilian office of UNESCO. She worked in the Plan Ceibal of Uruguay, that we know so much from the origins, as coordinator of and monitor, and then manager for social development, leading and designing and also implementing national programs focusing on use of the technologies in educational centers and schools for teacher formation. And Renato Alperti is senior expert in the IBE, which is the Institute of UNESCO, specialized in themes related to curriculum. He helps assessors on the Ibero-American states in themes of policies and educational policies and strategies. He also is responsible, he's a professor of the Catholic School in Hybrid Education and is part of the Ibero-American Coalition for Teaching Excellence. So we have a luxury panel, and with them we will be discussing the topics that were introduced in previous presentations, in which we have a set of dimensions that allow for the revision of digital inclusion in education that goes from a macro overview to go little by little in more specific problems. This panel is the opportunity to focus on the specificity of the title, the improvement of teaching and learning processes with the major challenge of education inclusion. From the beginning of the forum, we had the idea of the unfulfilled promises, which is a controversial concept and therefore is important to problematize with the team of the panel, and to which we made different questions around these ideas and this axle. And I will share some of them and then pass the floor to Madalena. In the beginning, we asked ourselves, why do we have in the currently the sense of unfulfilled promises in the inclusion of digital technology in education? Are the policies naive and wrong, or maybe badly informed? What do we expect in terms of improvement of learning? What hopes we deposit in these technologies to have this sensation of being defrauded? Magdalena, and I would like to ask you, what are then the learnings of the 21st century that we have to favor, considering the policies, if we don't want to make the same mistakes? Thank you, Vanina. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be in this panel. We were actually talking about this topic and produced a policy brief to formulate these questions that are made for many. And there is this sense of unfulfilled promise, in the sense that educational policies, especially from the 1990s onwards, based on the idea that the incorporation of technologies will solve many of the structural problems of education in our countries that were connected to educational quality and education of teaching practices. And when we studied these processes and result of these educational policies, it is hard to find an effect that is directly connected to the incorporation of digital technologies. Teaching practices did not change as expected. Maybe they became a little more constructivist, which was the betting that by incorporating digital technology would change these practices, and neither were them reformed to generate an evident impact in the results of learning. So when we review this promise, we have to think, what can the technology really do, which is characterized by interactivity, access to a huge amount of information on the hands of students. It also enables process of visualization, and all these major opportunities presented by digital technology do not or were not capable of reaching this expected effect. And why? If we analyze, it has to do what we discussed in the previous forum. These are means, as the books were. And it depends a lot on who is using, in what context, with which goal, and at which capacity. They are great opportunities, but we cannot put all our chips in these tools to make the transformation. However, this does not mean, which I want to discuss, this does not mean that digital technologies should be put aside in educational policies. Especially after pandemics, we saw how much the digitalization of society changed practices in all spheres of life. And with that, new generations, be them teachers or any other citizen. So from fundamental education, we are using these social changes, social practices, cultural, political, economic, etc. So this is where we think we should pose the question on how do we prepare new generations to engage in this increasingly digital world. And this leads to a series of challenges. On one hand, we know, and it is clear, that the new generations are not digital natives. So we adults, we have a role so they can fully take part in this society. And this represents different overviews in the currently teaching. One of them is the curriculum. How can we teach and prepare for this digital society? And as discussed in the previous panel, the digital literacy as a key aspect that should be cross-sectional incorporated. And with this curricular review, we should incorporate digital skills in the different disciplines, which leads to challenges, considering the access to information and resources that currently most of the students have currently. So this is the first dimension that is relevant. And for that, we have to understand that currently, when we talk about skills for the 21st century, it has to do with this context of access to a major amount of information, where the problem is not really accessing information, but teaching how to have critical thinking and creative thinking in this context that is so rich in information and data, but it's very complex to really be able to distinguish true from false and be able to think and understand what I think in this huge amount of universe of information in which I'm inserted. So school is the space to develop these competences for the 21st century in the digital context. This means capacity of evaluating information, capacity of think critically, be able to differentiate the different sources I find, be able to develop and create my own ideas. So it's not just learning where to copy and paste. This is also a major challenge for teaching practices. And here we have a second important element that has to do with the capacity of the teacher on how to prepare our skills, because the role of the teacher changes in the context of following this new process of thinking in a context that is overloaded of information and data. This is different from what we prepared teachers for an industrial society where knowledge was much more controlled and scarce, as a matter of fact. So developing new teaching methodologies more centered in the student require skills that we still are not 100% clear on what are they. And this also implies the different models of teaching that are favorable to development of these relevant skills for the 21st century. That has to do on putting the student in the center and changing this pedagogic involvement and changing the space of classroom, or where many of the contents can happen out of the classroom in a more asynchronic model, as we learned in pandemics, and leave classroom to develop other competences and skills. And lastly, everything regarding the inclusion and access to digital technology, which is still a challenge in our region to guarantee an equalitarian and enabling access. When we talk about digital rights, we have a huge gap in the formation of new generations. We have to consider that this access enables developing learnings and skills for engaging in the school system and be prepared for today's world, which implies reviewing permanently the contents we provide. What is equality? Is there equality in this access? What are our assumptions for the classroom to ask or require homework?
So those are the three main challenges: to be mindful of the time and to be able to carry on with this discussion. Thank you very much, Magdalena. This was a very complex context that considers multiple dimensions and sectors, and we definitely will be continuing talking about these issues that you mentioned. It is clear that in this complex scenario, we need to rethink and reinvent, I would dare to say, the dynamics at school. That's something that we are considering decades ago, and maybe we currently have that opportunity. So in this new context, teachers have a key role when it comes to think in that new educational model. That leads us to the next presentation in terms of the dimension and knowledge of teachers, how we are training our teachers, what do they need to know in order to teach in this new context. And eventually, based on where those teachings and knowledge for teachers go, what conditions do we need to move towards that direction? What should be considering in terms of policy education? Thank you very much, Evanina, and also Magdalena, that presented before me. She brought a clear vision in terms of refining these matters. So the aspect of conditions, and I will begin by Vanina's questions, because there it lies specifically the reason why we are in 2023, the relation between technologies and education systems in terms of unfulfilled promises. So in a way, it is good questions to analyze in what conditions and with what requirements, in the context of which conceptual references, and considering what kind of knowledge and what kind of institutions technologies could deliver part of what we have attributed in terms of possible results. I believe this is a key issue, And of course, we won't be able to answer that in 8 minutes, but it is important to address. And now, recently, Magdalena mentioned the aspect of digital natives. I think that we still see today a set of myths or powerful metaphors in terms of technologies, learnings, and education systems. One of those is digital natives. And there is a persistent idea of technologies coming into the schools and from there breaking certain practices, as Vanina mentioned, transforming the school format in a way as if there was a messianic role promising to transform the quality in education. And I believe this is a persistent issue. And personally, I am very happy to see the evolution of this debate. We are working on this topic in the last years, and currently we are able to say, well, let's think of these issues in other context with other components. Let's think of their complexity and on their systemic key issues, because at the end of the day, we are considering investments and decision making. And in that regard, the report brings key messages in order to calibrate, to see to what extent this information can contribute. So we are happy to see the evolution of this debate. So in that sense, we need to overcome the myth of the digital natives, that is, generations that already know how to use technologies, and maybe, of course, they are more agile at an instrumental level, but most benefits stop there because there are structural inequalities in Latin America, educational inequalities in terms of cultural capital that will provide a good explanation in terms of what technologies can be used in a classroom. So that would be interesting to see because it's not enabling for teachers. Also, technologies per se do not alter or facilitate absolute anything. And something more important is the context, the organizational context, the policies, and also the resources. And I'm not only talking about budget, I'm talking about knowledge and time as well, from different types of resources that help to use those technologies in an effective way. Also, in what strategic vision, based on what strategic vision those technologies were implemented, and also how teachers are trained on that. In the context of Latin America, it's difficult to find inclusion cases in initial teacher training that consider the use of technology in terms of pedagogical tools or pedagogical practice that is closely related to continuous education. And many times it's not related, it's discontinued from one year to the other in different subsystems. So this is an important matter to be considered. The conditions where this promise, this so-called promise, was implemented. On one hand, we still have a challenge in terms of access. Although in the South Cone, there is higher availability in terms of technologies in education. We know cases in Uruguay. There have been other initiatives in Argentina and Chile. It is worth to mention Costa Rica's case. It is not common to see in Latin America and the Caribbean wide availability of technologies for all students. I'm going to bring specific numbers. In Brazil, although 94% schools have access, only 80% is available for students for pedagogical use, and it comes with devices. Of course, this is worsened when you compare urban and rural schools. So a third part of teachers say not having any training for the use of these technologies. The main source of research or learning source for the use of technologies are peers or other teachers. And this also takes down a third myth in terms of digital natives, as well as the myth of teachers that resist the use of technology. Although many of them don't have the proper training for technology use, they are supported by their peers in this context of collaborative culture to give answers to most challenges that have to do with the use of technology in their everyday activities. And 87% in the last year have fulfilled the needs of students to carry on different activities. They have implemented workshops in terms of ICTs, browsing on the internet, as well as tackle challenges in terms of cyberbullying. So this shows that those teachers have the ability to tackle these challenges, and they include their own tools in the way they can. And this contributes to this matter of not only there is an empty resistance, as the GEM report shows, the resistance is associated to the degree of preparation that those teachers had to use the technology compared to just a mere resistance. So just to give you a quick context, there are still challenges in terms of access. We don't have an equitable access to those technologies at every school. Most schools in our region do not have that access. Also, teacher training is not comprehensive. Also, basic training, but not only basic training, but also continuous education or training. And at the same time, teachers are given or trying to implement the tools they know from different starting points to give answer to those demands, as Magdalena mentioned, in the sense of, or depending on the profile of their students. And this was highlighted during the pandemic, where we saw different pedagogical practices with the use of technology from these teachers with an unequal levels of training. So I don't think we will have the time, but we have to be mindful of the time. And I won't have enough time to answer to that question, but definitely we will have more opportunities to develop on this topic. What does a 21st century teacher need to know to handle these challenges, considering these uneven starting points in the region? Thank you very much. Yes, definitely. We will continue with this topic because training and professional development for teachers is a mandatory issue in policy in education, and it has to do with transformation processes, and this is a constant issue. And we also see many comments in our chat, as well as in the questions that we are articulating for this debate. I believe that this is valuable and very interesting. The whole idea of to dismantle those myths and ideas that makes us have different assumptions in terms of learning processes, and that invite us to continue enriching theoretical frameworks to bring a critical perspective, a well-based and informed vision that allows us to interpret educational processes in this context. And it has been made clear, we see a different context, different from what we thought 2 years ago, even though we are saying that technologies change the way in which knowledge is built and communicated. The pandemic definitely has been an aspect that brings an urgent sense to tackle these problems. In that sense, Renato, how can we move forward this transformation process that allows us to deliver or to provide an answer. Can we say that we are, or we have an opportunity to transform these learning processes, and how can we move forward to that vision? Thank you very much for the excellent moderation. Of course, Ana Laura and Magdalena brought the necessary conditions to understand this topic as a whole, with their own specificity, as well as considering its systemic aspect, that is, understanding how different pieces are communicated in this historical moment that we are living. I would like to share 3 key points. First, we are seeing the depletion of a model out of a cycle where maybe we could include the technology vision, but maybe we should change that towards a more educational vision that has to do with a curricular and pedagogical model, institutional, as Laura mentioned, and those models are depleted now, because we are not talking about a technology aspect. We talked also about content and curriculum. We see a problem with the public policy making in the region. And apart from that depletion, we see worse consequences from an education system that unfortunately is not relevant for the comprehensive development of a region. So technology is not central here. We are talking about education. Then I think the region needs to acknowledge whether those promises were fulfilled or not. And beyond that, we need to be honest enough to understand that we need the political willingness in terms of also technical aspect to think on public policies, to also have an independence degree or an autonomous degree, so we do not let the certain ideological aspects to hinder that development. So in the region, we haven't been able to develop that because we see that when we compare it to the European Union. Secondly, I would like to mention that we are on a context that is disruptive. The whole world, the planet is disrupted. Disruptive citizens, teachers, and students are disruptive. When we talk about disruption, we talk about systemic changes that are deep, that are not handled through traditional mechanisms in education. And in education, we see a great contradiction between a disruptive world and an education that was built on a non-disruptive world. And that makes us include different categories: curriculum, teacher, financing, governance. Everything is impacted because there is a hiatus between the disruption that we live and what we had before. And I believe that there are 4 main disruptions according to the report presented by Manu and Sobi, which have been very clear, including different topics. And there are 4 important disruptions. First is the 4th industrial revolution. Maybe it is less commented upon, but it's a starting point to rethink what knowledges need new generations to tackle challenges. And there are pending issues in Latin America. We should not discuss on competences and knowledge. I think that's absurd, because when we talk about competence, we mobilize values and knowledge. So young people will tackle challenges, and challenges are not isolated. They are interdisciplinary. They imply the use of different knowledge. So we have to think of disruption from the student side, and we cover this topic with not enough. We believe that education must generate or educate free-thinking individuals because we need to address technology, guide its use, and we see here the autonomous and creative thinking, as well as a solidarity thinking. That's the first disruption point. That implies the fourth industrial revolution when it comes competences for students to tackle future challenges. Another point is social disruption from COVID-19. That implies to think of hybrid education in terms of education, content, resources, pedagogical approach, in terms of teaching profiles, information, and that implies to rethink the ways of teaching without any barriers or boundaries. We used to have an endogenous model, and that's obsolete. COVID-19 showed how difficult are inequalities, and we saw that information in the reports presented here today. And we reached a no-return point. We have to think of tomorrow's education, and that implies rethinking models in a way to promote a dialogue between informal and formal education that considers the well-being of the students. Also, we see an unsustainable planet. Our lifestyles are no longer sustainable. There's no technology in education without thinking of sustainability. And we talk about a political, cultural, economic sustainability, not the one related to the climate change and the loss of biodiversity. We have to include cultural models, their relation with nature, and maybe we need to balance that relation between nature and people.
Therefore, sustainability is a key element to rethink education, to produce a curriculum that is sustainable, solidary, and above all, responsible. And the fourth disruption, the disruption of COVID, is the most recent one, connected to the generative AI that implies not to invest in AI, but in human intelligence. Think that we should, people may think that we should invest more in AI, but it's the opposite. We have to invest in human intelligence and human culture to induce generative AI. And this is an enormous field here for the region, how to use it to personalize education, to improve learning, to improve teaching, to connect in the best way the learning, and so on. But in order to do so, it's key to provide human intelligence much more investments. When I say we have to invest in education, this is the first and most fundamental investment is in human intelligence and a human being in a way that expresses and connects. And I finish. A third message is, in order to do so, we have to advance that I elaborated together with a colleague for the forum. We have a complete review of education in a hybrid education, not only in terms of connected online, but connecting operational resources, focus, ideas, connecting pedagogic intelligences. We have to go out of the world of the fittings. It's one tendency or other, one doctrine or another. Most important is the best way to learn, so everybody has the opportunity to learn, and a much more connected and hybrid education. Thank you.
Gracias, Renato. Muy provocadora tu presentación.
Thank you, Renato. A very provocative presentation. If anyone had any doubt, or at least was a little bit shy in terms of highlighting the debate does not finish here, but it starts to get clear, this issue of the unfulfilled promises. And what was not fulfilled was not the technologies, but the policies. A whole set of decisions, maybe not in bad faith, but that need to be prioritized. Well, it's nice to get to this level of agreement so we can continue to work and to think. Actually, there are a lot of questions in the chat exactly to this issue of not skipping the debate technology, yes or no, but focus, as Renato said, the relationship with the educational debate. Some colleagues say didactic didn't advance in the same speed of technological advancements. We need to reform the teachers' formation. There is an interesting question to recover the ideas. As to Magdalena, I invite you also to recover the access that were proposed by Ana Laura or Renato. So we have a doubt about, or a question about, on should we keep ourselves in the technological avant-garde or continue to pursue this idea of hybridization? Does it put us in a situation of risk of increasing the technological gap and with leading to exclusion and inequity? Is a very hard question to answer. Yes, it is. Well, I believe that the question of hybridization of education can be approached by in two ways. One is more closed in the world of education and the methods. If we decide by a hybrid model where there is moments of use of technology and other moments where we can combine, so in person and virtual. And these questions were raised during the pandemics. As pedagogic method, we see that there are limits for that. And in-presence learning is key. And the moments of hybrid learning or virtuality may be used, but only in a very guided and with a very good follow-up. When there's in the school world, when there is still no independence enough to be to learn at your own pace. It requires a follow-up of the teachers, a contact, an interaction, a face-to-face that we lost in the pandemics, and we understood that is key to convey messages. We had an investigation where the very students discussed that they lack the contact, the eye in the eye, the feedback about their learning. So hybridity, considering here in the stage of development, what we have to decide what we can leave to the virtual and what we have to maintain in person. But opening a parenthesis, our lives are hybrid currently, as well as students' lives, and we have to assume it in the classroom. What many of us do in classroom will have a continuity in the virtual space. And if we do not assume everything that is going on in the virtuality, it will have an impact in the classroom. And there is an investigation where teachers are realizing that, how they have to negotiate their pedagogical authority, considering that students will consult other sources, and if they do not pay attention in one class, they can access information later on. And this requires creating new links and new pedagogical authority in the sense that who do I trust in my learning, and repropose the models that Renato was saying. And finally, the gap challenges in many senses. As I said previously, there is the access gap, and there's the skill gap to be able to learn effectively learn in this environment. Those who are learning, when do they use technology? This has to do with the third gap. So when we live a hybrid life, we have to take charge of these two spaces that affect themselves mutually, and we cannot isolate ourselves in the classroom. Another thing that has to do with AI and has to do with this focus that I'm proposing, that has to do with the discussion of, do we forbid AI in the classroom, and we maintain tests only with paper and pencil because this helps children to learn how to think, or forbid smartphones in the school environment so we can control learning and learn in an effective way. But in the end of the day, what we are doing with that is ignoring the world where this new generation is born. So we have to insert AI in the classroom and follow up the learning process, understanding that they will be connected to AI, and understand how can we follow up them. And I will close with that. How can we have this digital literacy that in the use of technology, but also as cognitive aspects, superior and creative aspects that has to do with critical thinking and has to do with ethical and social emotional dimensions in the context that always also impact the new generations, and to which future teachers do not have enough capacity to follow up in a pertinent fashion. Thank you, Magdalena. For no doubt, all these reflections go back to the axes that were proposed. We will go back to this major topic, which is teachers' formation, which connects many of these ideas that we are discussing. So we have now a question about what do teachers need to know to teach in this context? And as Ana Laura said, of putting down myths and go to the practice and common sense, is because we adults, we use technology. In our social life, we live hybridly, as Renata Magdalena said. But it seems that for some magic reason of the devices, when we get in the classroom, we forget the uses we have of technology and do not integrate it in a genuine, effective, and interesting way to make this part of our teaching practices. So, Ana Laura, where should the teacher formation and professional development has to go? Because many of the teachers, not only are they starting, there are also those who are in the middle of the way, and they have to find tools to improve their knowledge and skills. How do we face this major theme in the educational policies? Vanina, you made a comment that enables connecting what we are discussing and has to do with 100% of either the teachers and students, they have access to digital devices. This is not an issue of access or personal use of the devices. This is not where the barrier is. And the great majority, the vast majority of students also have access, regardless the inequities, which is a difference in level of quality access, but most of them have some kind of access. maybe in another moment has to do with that. But now it doesn't have to do with the individual personal use of these devices. It's actually much more complex, and that has to do from one hand, when we talk about technology, why technology in schools? In some schools, this is translated as an informatics lab that has a key and has a person in charge with a background that manages this lab. Other schools, it is translated as a tablet or a laptop per student, at least theoretically. We know that the rates of conservation and maintenance are unequal. And in some schools, it translates into a cart with a device that goes from one classroom to the other. So it's much more heterogeneous than homogeneous. And how can we use the potential of these modalities is very different. The schools with larger resources, this is translated in kits for robotics and very sophisticated technologies, technology and equipment for audiovisual production, for programming learning, and possibility of unlimited search with unlimited internet connection. So when we think on technology, it's not something homogeneous, it's really unequal and heterogeneous that varies from school to school within the same country, and even more between countries. So when we think beyond that, regardless the type of device, I would put my chips on digital citizenship. As Madalena was mentioning, that the skills for the 21st century in any kind of school, regardless if it has an important budget or not, these students are inserted at some level, with all the inequities, in digital culture. At least there are users of internet, they have social media, they build knowledge from these interactions, and they bring this back to school and take from school knowledges, as Renato mentioned, that there is no wall separating that. So the teacher may manage it by restricting the use, which actually is commonly done. Very significant data. The Kids Online investigation asked what is the role of the teachers, and we can see different types of mediation of teachers regarding the use of digital devices and internet. And what is the domain in the schools is limiting time or use of certain resources. This is something that is key. We may restrict in the schools, there are, and it is absolutely legit, this predisposition of protecting. This is part of the curriculum, protect the students from certain risks. But we are not following up in the same level, and this is not putting the blame on teachers because they do not have the necessary formation, the necessary background. So we have to think of together on how to approach in the very different ways that we can do it, because there is not a single receipt, there's not a single budget, there is not a single culture. And the way to digest how to embrace this challenge, we need a base of information that is powerful and common to all the teachers in a region or a country, and a strong contextualization in terms of territory and educational center to connect to the reality of the youth with the specific challenges and difficulties, which also provides effective participation. So in this combination, and a potent, powerful base formation to understand the world we live in, not only to use technologies in the traditional areas of knowledge that is part of our initial imaginary, like a platform for maths, a platform for content management. This is part of the topic. But I believe that in any school, although they don't have a single computer, there will be students inserted in this culture, and we need to, and they need to be critical and citizens also in this digital context. And to take part effectively, we need to equip the teachers to be valid interlocutors in this discussion and know how to produce devices that allow for the active participation of the students. Of course, there is much more than that, but this is one of the issues I would propose. Thank you very much, Ana Laura. Very interesting and powerful, your idea. And I would like to mention that we are still receiving a lot of questions and congratulations, asking for suggestion of literature. I think this process is being very interactive, exactly due to the reason that we are able to communicate through technology. We are in a dialogue with those who are hearing us. So I will recover some of the questions, but I find another driver here, which is one of the objects of the educational policy that is being questioned when we think on a different teaching model, a digital citizenship, and learnings for the 21st century. We are definitely not thinking in a curriculum as a collection of knowledge. And from this disruption or discussion, or as Renato said, made by AI. So my question, Renato, is, of course, also to Magdalena and Ana Laura, if you want to continue, what is and how is the curriculum that adjusts and dialogues with the contemporary world, with this hybrid world, and to form this digital citizenship with students, context in environments to produce content, and it is not seen in the schools. A little clarification here. When we put ourselves in this position of criticism, of course, we are based on the learnings of teachers based on that should serve to multiply this. Well, but let's focus in what we need to change. Renato, how is this new curriculum?
Yeah, maybe the fact that we have an adjusted model requires successful practices. And to go further, the pandemic was an example of a global laboratory of pedagogical tactics that came from the very basis, from the challenges that local communities faced, teachers and territorial communities faced, just to continue with the learning processes. Just to continue with what Ana Laura and Magdalena mentioned, two aspects that have to do with the idea of curriculum that you mentioned. So the international shared vision is based on three elements. Political agreement. Let's not forget that curriculum gives or shapes the world that what we want. Also, there is a technical agreement. An engineering that is based on for who, when, how, and what, to evaluate and to teach. So that reflects the whole society. They are contextualized in a certain place, but at the same time, they consider a global vision. So at UNESCO, we work on a global curriculum with a global vision, but considering local aspects. So that curriculum has to be very flexible, open, and has to have as reference the education of leaders and thinking individuals. If people are free, they are free to think, right? And let's consider everything that has to do with social politics, which has to do with that freedom to think. That's why I mentioned something that Magdalena mentioned. A curriculum cannot forbid or prohibit anything, because the more forbidding aspects we have, the more we want to go after that. We shouldn't cancel anyone because they think different, because we think we have a superior interest compared to others. Or let's not make or compare history from 500 years ago, and we, for example, cancel Aristotle or Plato, Kant, Hegel, philosophers, maybe famous people from other areas. A curriculum cannot cancel anyone and cannot deny those curriculums that deny gender diversity, curricula that deny climate change are deniers of the future of generations. The curricular discussion has to do with education policies. That's why the IBE and IIP are twins, because they work on curriculums based on policy or education policy. So we have to take that topic in order to move forward a sustainability model in terms of social, economic, and cultural sustainability. And I finish with two final messages that have to do with what Ana Laura was mentioning. We need digital education based on democracy, because we should not be afraid to say that a curriculum has to be created on the democracy basis. Now Argentina celebrates 40 years of democracy, and there is a huge debate where we see an emergency in terms of values, and there are raising concerns, and we see this from Christian Cox in terms of citizenship, which is democratic values. So curriculums have to be a place for human rights. And Ana Laura also mentioned that digital citizenship is key for a democracy, which is the ability for students to differentiate false from true. Because in certain contexts, some things are true. The post-truth world is a dangerous world. It's the survival of the fittest. We manipulate the truth. So when a curriculum should be anti-denying, and it should give students the freedom to take decisions, the autonomy to think freely. And I finish with another aspect that Magdalena and Laura mentioned. We have joint efforts in terms of developing teachers' skills as well as student skills. When we talk about democracy, we also have to think of training teachers in democracy in terms of inclusiveness, cohabitation. So we not only think of education of new generations, but also teaching adults, because we are almost grandparents now, and we clearly know that our generations have been extremely negative in terms of democratic values, inclusiveness, and cohabitation. So a curriculum is an aspiration of a more inclusive society that is based in that social network where you see the respect of others, to learn to cohabit with others, to learn to live with what's different. And that shouldn't be taught in the university. That should be part of the initial teaching. So curriculum has to be a tool to re-signify a social contract based on democracy for a region. Thank you very much, Renato. Now I give the floor to Magdalena in terms, so we can hear her thoughts. I'm going to include a question that came from our audience that has to do with what is being mentioned here in terms of digital citizenship. Is that a learning curriculum for the 21st century? What are the basic theories that give or sustain this vision? Javier Moran is asking from Peru. Well, It's difficult to comment after Renato's brilliant remarks, and it has to do with what is required for the 21st century curriculum. I believe that, and also thinking of how to transform this sometimes seems to be a very heavy process due to the political aspect. Of course, there is a technical aspect as well, because sometimes when the topic is so technical, the technical people participating are a little bit confusing as well. And sometimes, for example, in Chile, we are currently with an ongoing consultation process in terms of that curriculum transformation. And I believe that there is a balance between whether waiting to change that curriculum or creating new strategies related to those teaching capacities in terms of evaluations that are being generated to see how to incorporate this whole set of content and skills that are defined in a country. I believe that this should be simultaneously assessed because of an urgency of more relevant education. And we believe that we are not actually prepared for today's world. So from there, I believe that we can create intermediate tools, and I work at an education university where we try to handle that capacity in teacher training to bringing in two dimensions that are fundamental to tackle this central issue, which is to educate digital citizenship. That also includes an interdisciplinary work to educate citizens so they are part of institutions and part of a common space. We understand that there is a need to create a stronger link and a stronger relation as institution to generate a citizenship that is more identified with that common space. So here I see a combination of a need to recognize what competences are or need or should be included to reassess that learning goals in considering that new digital context for whom are created, as Renata had mentioned, and considering how do we train on that to make that transition towards that knowledge development and knowledge measurement to develop more skills in the classroom so we can be able to monitor how we are doing in that regard. Given the difficulties, we are left with that knowledge. So I believe that work developed in 3 different levels that have to do with that reassessment of curriculums and also developing intermediate tools that consider the digital aspects as well as new challenges. We reinforce the importance of digital citizenship, including teaching capabilities that include the right skills to tackle or handle these new challenges. And here, many of you also included the socio-emotional, ethical aspects. At the end of the day, this vision is critical. Also, at least in our system and most systems, we have to think of how or what to evaluate in terms of priorities, in terms of aligning that system towards a goal. So again, the technical aspects is a barrier to transform what priorities, or to see what priorities we want to address in education systems. So that would be it. I think there was a pending question, but I will leave that to Ana Laura. I don't even remember what was the question, but there are many dimensions proposed here because we have to be mindful of the time. Yes, this is spreading in our networks, in technology and education community that we are creating now, of course, as well as in other IIEP spaces. We appreciate the contributions from different channels, and we also will be sharing that with you. So I'm going to ask you a final comment, and now we are actually running out of time. So I was thinking, Magdalena, Renato, and Ana Laura, maybe the technical aspects is something that is not beneficial. Maybe we are at a moment of depletion of this context. Now we are left with a question. For many years, we have applied the political aspect, thinking that those designs are neutral. When Renata said that we shouldn't fear saying or assuming an ethical or a political position, that shouldn't be seen as something wrong. We have in the future a great challenge, and we need to stop thinking that our political decisions are neutral. They are a response or a solution for the world that we want to see in the future. So we need to start creating a dialogue with colleagues that create policies and work in a joint effort for education policies, infrastructure policies, as well as professional development, intercultural aspects and policies. We have so many programs and projects in our ministries that have to do with decision-making processes. And a key point here is definitely the joint effort. So I would like to thank you all for your comments. We are left with many questions here, so I will give you the opportunity to make some final remarks. And I also would like to thank the questions that we are getting here. First, Ana Laura, it was an honor to initiate this exchange space. This is a complex debate. I am very happy to see the terms that are being discussed here different from what was being discussed a few years ago. And I'm thinking of this double dimension of a curriculum as a document that brings in political aspects that also is happening in practice. And we are seeing different changes that not necessarily come or have to do with curriculum. They have to do with what teachers and students are doing. That is a curriculum in the making, not only this legit curriculum as a technical and political document. We have to pay attention to what's going on there, to people that are actually working in those contexts to bring equal responses and democratic responses, because what is going in there is actually moving faster than compared to the speed that we are creating these documents. Also, there is a convergence point, and it has to do with the renewal of a pact between education and society, maybe with the use of technology in education as an excuse to reframe that. And I believe that we are concerned in this regard. This is something to be considered. Technologies are not neutral. So we have to think how to construct or build the basis of what's what can be reasonable to cohabit as a society. This is something to consider, as well as the specific role in terms of social media participation that should not be disregarded from schools. And that comes from within schools, and it's important to embrace that and work on that. And it has to do with all parts of curriculum in its ethical, emancipatory dimension in terms of knowledge. There are no dimension left. So I believe we need to consider and these issues in other instances. It was interesting to read the questions from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ana Laura. Well, I have more time, so I would like to take up the opportunity of thanking the invitation and the mediation of Vanina to make sense, to give sense to the discussion. And I'm happy with the topics that were discussed, and it makes clear, this panel makes clear that this unfulfilled promise is more a lack of recognition of the social dimension of digitalization, and how in public policies we have to take care, in educational policies we have to take care of that and recognize these transformations that we are living, teaching and preparing new generations for this world, and link it to the idea, as Laura said, that in the end of the day, these topics are not problem of a single unit, a single school, or neither a ministry, but all the areas are being impacted, and we should be approaching this jointly in a whole and intersectoral fashion. Thank you. Thank you, Magdalena. Well, first of all, thank the excellent moderation, and as said by Magdalena, made connection of our talks. And this was a debate of very interesting ideas. I would like to mention 3 in this 30 seconds, because I think it is a still topic to discuss. First, the part, the bottom part changed, which was the communities got involved, the territory got involved and engaged on that. And we have to consider that this has the power to mobilize the energy of these parts engaged to have a change in public policies. We have to rethink in the governance of the fundamental public policies, and incorporate much more the base of the pyramid on that. I see that we have several colleagues from Argentina that advanced a lot in this sense. The second topic is advance in a new democracy pact. Democracy has to engage and has to include these public policies and digital policies and form thinking beings, because the it is difficult, is bothering, is thinking is not easy. It is bothering, it's provoking ideas, it's thinking and asking, and the curriculum has to be an instance of pedagogy and education to form free thinking beings. And for this we should have an intergenerational teaching pact. And UNESCO in last year's summit, one of the definition, it was an education that is more intergenerational and inclusive. And as Ana Laura said, there is a lot of anthropological and philosophic knowledge that is being on discussion here, and they should be part of this building. And the third point, going back to what Madalena said about AI, I agree fully with her. We have to invest in human intelligence. Another issue here is investing in human intelligence so they can empower so they can take decisions about AI. And this can be a fundamental element for democratization as long as it is oriented by human intelligence. We have to invest in human language, in human maths, in cultures, and linguistic diversities and cultural diversities of our region. And we have to aim diversity and not homogeneity as part of a human process. So the bottom part, the base that is moving, a new democratic pact and investment in human intelligence. Thank you very much. Still a lot to interpret in this word, many questions about the policy. So I give the floor now to Fernando for the closure of this panel and this journey, and to announce the next steps for tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Vanina, Renato, Ana Laura, and Magdalena for this panel and for this complex and problematization and discussion of the unfulfilled promises of the digital technology, from curriculum to teacher formation, students, and AI. That should be in the service of education, a challenge that we have. Very valuable idea that from education we can build, or the path we have ahead of us as humankind in building knowledge. Also, I would like to thank all the comments and questions of the colleagues in the region. And I would like to mention that because many asked about participation certificates, when the third panel tomorrow finishes, we will share a link with a survey, and at the end you can download it. And as we said previously, and as Vanina said, the community of experts in technology and education is an initiative promoted by UNESCO to create a space for continuous exchange in planning digital technology in education. So once again, you have here the link. You can read the QR code, so you can access and continue to participate in the discussions. And there you can also make the questions that were not answered and talk with the experts. So we see each other again tomorrow for the third panel, the topic digital technologies for planning and managing educational systems. Thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Fernando. Bye, thank you.